Check. There we go. Okay, why can I not crank this up?
They'd fight it, they'd fight it, they'd fight it. They'd stick the Showtime filter in. So we pretty much had Showtime for free all through the 80s.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well, my parents were so cheap. Like, we get it for preview week, and we tape everything, and then we wouldn't get it for 6 months.
VCR recorder was popular in my house too.
Oh yeah. And I remember every time we go to the video store, my dad would just duplex the 2 VCRs we had and just record the tape.
We did that too.
Yeah,
Did
we'd have
that
like
after we finally got our own VCR, we'd start.
You remember those dual video VCR?
I was gonna say we have.
Yeah, we had one of those too.
Yeah.
All right, I got the audio stuff sorted out in OBS, so we should be ready to go.
All right.
Okay.
So
We'll go ahead and transition. We're live.
okay, we're gonna assume we're live then because I see us. I see people. I see people. Metagamers Anonymous AP Showcase episode number. What is this? 8? I think we're doing pretty good actually. We've made it this far, guys. And my name is Eric. We're going to be hanging out this evening with a slight variation in our normal cast, and I think this is going to be a lot of fun. A very special presentation tonight. And our friend Justin from our Actual Play series, you guys probably know him as, if you've ever listened to any of those shows, you know him as Deckard, Lee Deckard. Yeah, there's some like MF stuff in there. And Daniel, what was his name? Portlock, from the Obsidian Crown, and all kinds of other great stuff as well. Of course, has been kind enough to bring us a game this evening to our AP Showcase to give us an opportunity to try yet another new system in our pocket, and we're really excited about this one because it hasn't been around long. It just came out like last year. It's a pretty new game. I remember when the Kickstarter was going on, and I think at our 2019 con we had somebody that was planning to run it, and the Kickstarter did not get mailed to him quite in time for him to be ready to run it. So, and I can't remember if he had it before Tsuna미Con weekend or not, but obviously it did not get on the docket last year, and it is going to be on the docket this year, which Tsuna미Con is an online convention this year, online only. So if you want to join us for gaming at Tsuna미Con this year, I definitely recommend it. You can find out all the information on that at tsunamicon.org and sign up. Be part of the fun. You can submit games right now if you want to run something. We're looking for games. We've got a pretty good event roster already forming. We've only had it open for a few days, and I've already got 30 some odd events on the schedule. So feel pretty good about it. Give it a couple more weeks, and then we're going to be open registration and let people sign up, and the floodgates will open, friends. So list your games now, Eli.
Hey,
I've already listed 2, so it's on you.
Yep, Vanessa's up. Justin's listed a couple, and
3.
hey, I run on Eli time, which is will be up when they're up, man.
that's fair. That's fair. I'm familiar with it. So tonight we're playing Kids on Bikes. I'm going to hand it over to Justin to tell us a little about the game and kind of get things rolling for us, sir.
Sure, thank you. So Kids on Bikes is a very narrative-oriented game. You know, we kind of off stream went through some character creation, did a little bit of building, world building, to kind of help set the kind of stage for us. And you'll kind of see some of those things kind of come through as we go throughout the course of the game. We're just getting ready to do a couple real quick tweak things, and then we're going to have some vignettes from our players, and they'll kind of introduce their characters through kind of a little look into their life, and then we'll kind of get into the game proper. So before we kind of do that, there were a couple other real quick items. From each of you, I need a rumor about the town of Ashmore. If you need any reminders about any of the details I gave you earlier, just let me know. I'll be happy to kind of fill in any blanks. But what's a rumor that each of you have heard or that's kind of been circulating in the town?
See, everybody's going to jump on that at once.
Looks like Rachel's got one.
Anybody got one?
I heard a rumor that the mill went under because some guy ended up getting chopped up there, and he haunts the place now.
Okay. All right.
That's a little scary.
Well, you invited me here.
Should have saw that coming.
Goddamn. I did.
Okay.
Son of a bitch.
Another rumor. What's another rumor? It's been rolling around town.
Well, I heard a rumor that the government was actually abducting kids to take into a psychic program where they can mentally move things around with their minds and be used as weapons of war.
That is so ridiculous.
I've never heard such a strange thing.
That is so 80s. So 80s.
Okay. That's another rumor we've heard.
I heard that the mill actually shut down because somebody bought it up and is planning to use it as a facility for some sort of secret operation, and the townspeople of this area are all in on it. It's going to be some kind of experiment. And that's why people here are so old, because something allows them to live that long, and it has something to do with this whole thing going on that nobody's talking about, and it's probably stupid.
Okay. And that leaves you, Bert. What do you got for us, buddy? No, wait. No, Tina.
At least me.
Tina. Yeah, if you gave us the government with a psychic program, that would be so strange.
Well, I didn't hear anything about a psychic program for kids, but I did hear that weirdo Wally, after he got abducted by aliens, the government took him for like a month, and that's why his eyes all weird. They've got a chip implanted in his head.
Oh my goodness.
Probably not the only one. I mean, why would you take one guy and implant a chip in his head? I mean,
because he was the one abducted by aliens.
Why would they only adopt one guy? That makes no sense. If you're going,
and they still talk to him.
Alrighty, so we've got our rumors. One other thing that you guys I needed to give you is I only gave you one of your strengths, so you guys get to pick another. So let me actually give you some options. We'll start with Bert. Let's see, Bert, you are listed as the funny sidekick. So we've got easygoing, heroic, protective, treasure hunter, or skilled at.
I want to take protective.
Okay, protective. So that gives you a +3 to rolls when defending one of your friends. Now remember, you'll have to spend an adversity token in order to invoke it, but that would give you a +3 when you're trying to protect one of your friends. Okay, so brilliant mathlete, Tina.
Yes.
You have intuitive already, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you have the option to be gross, loyal, prepared, skilled at, or wealthy.
I'm gonna go with prepared.
Prepared, okay. So you may spend 2 adversity tokens to just happen to have 1 commonplace item with you. It's at my discretion, of course. You know, you don't just like reach in your bag and as a 12-year-old have a 38 special.
Oh, come on.
I'm always ready. Okay, let's see. Loner weirdo, Rachel. What skill do you have currently? Tough,
Tough.
I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. There's cool under pressure, intuitive, prepared, skilled at, or unassuming.
I think I'm gonna follow the stuff we had going on before and say cool under pressure.
Okay. So you may spend 1 adversity token to take half of your die's value instead of rolling on a snap decision. And we'll kind of get into planned and snap decisions as they kind of become relevant throughout the game.
What was that again?
You can spend 1 adversity token to take half of your die's value instead of rolling on a snap decision. So if you have a D12, you take 6 and may automatically succeed, given depending upon how difficult the challenge is. Okay, and we are looking for the scout. What is your current skill, Kip?
Skilled at.
Okay, so you've got cool under pressure, intuitive, lucky, prepared, or treasure hunter.
I'm gonna go with treasure hunter.
Okay, so you can spend 1 adversity token to find a useful item in your surroundings.
Cool.
Scouts.
And then
Where
the
did you
last
find
thing,
pancakes?
the last thing I need to know is a couple of real fast items. So we'll start with you, Bert. What motivates you, Bert? What's your motivation? If you could sum it up in like a couple words, what would that be?
I just want to be the guy that makes people happy and protects them.
Okay.
Oh, Bert. You're so pure of heart.
Okay, and what scares you? What are you afraid of? Now, you're a kid, so kids are typically not scared of things they should be. Like you see a person covered in blood, you're going to think, oh, I need to help them. You know, they've been hurt, but they're scared of the dark or they're scared of clowns. Not that
Yeah.
adults can't be afraid of clowns, obviously.
Tends to follow. No, I really am more scared of being alone.
Okay. Alone. Gotcha. Okay, let's go to you, Kip. What motivates you?
I just want to do things that other people don't do.
The original.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you afraid of?
Being ignored. Not
Sorry, were
mattering.
you talking?
You know, I learned a couple of choice words from Ray. I'm gonna dig them out of my butt here and throw them at you.
Tina, what motivates you?
Getting good grades.
Okay.
Who's the weirdo?
So would you also say like success? Like being successful? Okay.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
All right.
Living
And what
up
are you
to other
afraid
people's
of?
expectations.
Exactly.
What are you afraid of?
Disappointing people in authority. Parents, teachers.
Getting in
such
trouble.
what- Yeah. Afraid of
Okay.
detention. Da-da-da-dum.
Rachel,
Yeah.
what motivates you?
I think what
Detention.
Rachel is survival.
Okay. And what is she afraid of?
I think Rachel is afraid of people letting her down.
We
We've
went
had some
deep on all this
experience
shit.
at that.
Yeah.
we did.
I was gonna say this
Told
is the
you I was
weirdest
playing
therapy
all
session
game.
I've ever been to.
I know, right?
All right. So let's go
Nobody's
ahead and
afraid
real
of
quick.
volcanoes. I mean, come on.
So the credits
Not
roll,
Oregon.
and we kind of the camera kind of pans across this sleepy little town that's nestled in the mountains of Oregon, surrounded by beautiful woods. The camera pans past a giant lumberjack, that kind of stands overwatch over the town that's been, carved out of this ancient oak tree. Someone spray painted, Larry Jack off on it, at the base, and some poor guy's out there scrubbing it off with his orange vest doing his, community service. You think that might be Billy Ricketts? You're not sure. So the camera kind of pans through the town, and we kind of come to Kip's house. And real quick, Kip, take us through kind of a real quick vignette of what a day in the life of Kip is like.
Well, the first thing you'll notice when the camera pans in is it drops by my sister's room, because there's always a bit of a process there of dropping off things like food and stuff. She's sick and isn't allowed to go out of the room. It's covered in like plastic and stuff, and so I can't ever actually, I could spend time with her, but I got to sit in the little like doorway area, and we'll laugh and joke, and I make a little time to do that every morning when she's eating, and I leave her little notes, but she gets tired quickly too, so I leave her notes throughout the day. Then my brother Ray is always doing whatever he can to yell at mom and be pissed off going out the door and getting into his Charger and screaming out of the driveway and throwing gravel everywhere and almost running over the neighbor's dog, who she always looks like she's startled anyway, so it's nothing new, and narrowly missing a mailbox or two, and mom standing at the door looking disappointed and angry and picking up the newspaper and walking back in. And then Kip does what he can to pretend that everything is absolutely normal and grabs his toast and his sausage and fruit and orange juice and makes his way out the door and to school, and he hoofs it. He's that kid anyway. He takes the shortcut through the woods. He puts the backpack on, and meets up with his friends as he goes. Okay. Nothing really special in his life as far as he's concerned. Nothing unusual at all.
Okay, Bert. Let's the camera kind of pans off as Kip kind of looks back over his shoulder at his house, kind of one furtive glance, and then kind of dives headlong into the woods on his way to school.
By the way, Kip's dad is in the garage by that time, like he is every morning, and the garage is closed, or we're not allowed to go in there.
Gotcha. Okay. So, we smash cut to Bert's house, and let's get a little idea of what it's like in Bert.
I start up doing several push-ups in the morning, and then I spend about 5 minutes checking myself out in the mirror for no reason.
I love it.
Then I grab my bag, just grab my bag and go. And
make some
I
fart
actually
noises,
take my my little sister Lana and make sure she gets on her short bus. And as soon as her bus drives off with her, I grab my bike and ride to school.
Okay.
She goes to a special school.
Gotcha. So as you're biking up the road, this Charger comes screaming down, almost like running you over. AC/DC blaring from the speakers, and the camera kind of follows that until we fly past the Mountain Ridge trailer park, and we kind of close in on Rachel's trailer. And give me some of Rachel's life. Do a little alliteration there.
Okay,
Wow.
so we zoom in on the trailer. It's in terrible disrepair. Looks like it's fallen down. It looks worse than most of the trailers around it. Rachel rolls herself out of bed, goes to the pile of clothes in the corner of the room, sniffs some until she finds ones that don't smell quite as bad. She walks out, and her dad's passed out on the couch. She lovingly looks at a picture of a woman who looks like a mid-20s version of her. as she kind of tries to wake her dad up, and he's not getting up. And so she puts in a piece of toast in the toaster, and of course it burns. And she looks at it in disgust before she tosses it in the garbage, and grabs her bag and walks out of the trailer and walks to school.
Okay, so as she's kind of like exiting the trailer park, the kind of camera pans, and there's an older woman kind of out there watering a lush sort of grass that she has around her trailer, and a really elderly woman sits kind of vacant-eyed in a wheelchair, just kind of like she got parked there and forgotten about almost by the old lady who's watering the lawn. And then, the camera
Hey, Mrs. Marsh
kind of follows a bird, and it kind of swoops down over Tina's house. And what do we see going on in Tina's house?
Oh, the camera will pan into a bedroom where you see her sitting in a chair. She's reading a book, completely oblivious to the world around her. And you see her mother come in and tell her it's time to get ready for school. So you see her get up and immaculately just stack everything in her backpack in a particular order. Pencils go in a particular way. Everything goes in its spot before picking up the backpack, taking it to the table, eating breakfast, which is going to be like eggs, toast, bacon, the spread. And getting up and leaving, making off.
Okay. Now, does Tina walk to school, or does she take the bus?
Bike.
Okay, bikes to school. Very fitting. For
we do have a couple of kids on bikes.
Okay, so
actually, the trailer park's probably out far enough. Rachel bikes too.
So I just keep my bike at the clubhouse we have in the woods, which is just an old shack, an old tool shed or something that we found at some point. I just don't bring it home because it would otherwise go in the garage, and Dad's yelled at me before.
So the camera kind of pans around to the names are kind of popping up on screen, and all the kids kind of come together in front of the school. And I don't know if you guys have like secret handshake, or if you're that cool.
I can never remember it.
Bert's been trying to show you guys for a long time, but nobody's really picking up on it except for
Bert and I have it. That's it. Yeah.
We don't let the girls in, right?
You.
Only if you consider Rachel the girl, which I don't think most people do.
So the camera pans back, as we get ready to go to a commercial break, as the kids kind of enter into the doors of the school. So camera comes back. It's the last day of school. So it's bedlam. I mean, the place is a riot act. The camera kind of flashes into the teacher's lounge where everybody's sitting around smoking cigarettes. One teacher pulls out a bottle of scotch and starts pouring it liberally into coffee cups. Everybody's just kind of shooting it back like it's no big thing. It's the 80s.
It's the 80s.
So the camera cuts to the hall, and we're watching a pair of sneakers that are very furiously pounding down the hallway. And the camera pans up to see Tina, who is just in full run, as behind her, here comes Billy Ricketts skidding around the corner with a couple of his cronies, and they are giving full-blown pursuit. Get back here, you smart little bitch! And he's just like chugging after you.
I'm gonna run as fast as I possibly can.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead and give me a flight roll? So on your character sheet, there should be a stat called flight. Now, here's the thing. You don't have to use flight. If you want to say that you're going to throw a trash can down behind you and you'd like to use brains instead, or you can give me a justification why another attribute might fit more in this circumstance, and you can BS me it well enough, then I'll let you use that instead.
Definitely. So, I think I'm actually going to scream around a corner, see a trash can, and decide that there's a great angle that I'm going to be able to throw this where it'll get right in his way, possibly trip him up to get him off of me.
Okay. So, go ahead and do some brains because you're doing some quick calculations on the fly.
Let's see here. I'm assuming modifier 0?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's a terrible roll.
Okay, let's see. I'm sorry, I'm not in roll 20. Let me jump.
It's a 6.
It's 6.
Okay. So let me take a quick look at my little charty chart here, and we'll see. I don't think you're going to make it because that's kind of a quick on the fly calculation. You know what? Yeah, we'll say you do it. So you grab this trash can and you just wait, you time it perfectly and just hurl it at just the right angle that the handle catches Billy right in the dick. I mean, Billy goes
Yes.
ass over elbows, like right over the trash can. But there's one minor miscalculation. Billy's two friends,
Right.
who like kind of stop for a second. They're trying to help him off. He's like, "Get off me, fag!" And starts to get himself up. And they start giving chase again. To try to catch you. So you have to start running again. Now,
Yep,
Bert,
gonna keep.
Kip, you guys are cleaning out your lockers,
Yeah.
and you
See the
see
trash
kind of
can
what's
thing?
going on down here. Yeah.
Shoot. Okay. I'd like to look for the nearest door where I know there's an adult.
Typically, the gym is a good place. Coach Zilla likes to kind of throw weight, when nobody's around. So there's usually a pretty good chance that Coach Zilla is going to be in the gym.
And I run straight for Tina.
Yeah, like a Burton say, the gym, and he runs for Tina, and I'll run for the door.
Okay. So go ahead and you guys can both give me a flight roll, and we'll kind of do that, and we'll see what you get. Oh, you rolled fight instead of flight, Bert.
Oh, I can't spell.
No worries.
I almost did too. I'm glad you said that. They look pretty similar sideways, but we both rolled really, really bad.
Okay.
Well, that's half my ability,
is a-
so I think I'm doing pretty good on my flight.
So, Bert, you actually, as you're kind of in your haste to kind of get to Tina, you actually collide with her, and you both kind of crumple to the floor in a heap.
Which makes sense because I'm a little clumsy right now.
Yeah. So, you're able to, Kip, you're able to get to the door, and you've got it yanked open, kind of motioning for your friends who are kind of crawling to kind of get their way. So, all right, I both need you guys though to make. Let's do grit, because
Okay.
as you guys are crawling, they start to kind of punch you and kick you.
Let's see.
I can do that. My grit is a D6.
Submit.
Ooh, but I rolled a 1.
Freaking- Oh my! If I
Okay.
could at least roll half
That's
of
gonna
my
leave a
dice roll,
mark.
that'd be great.
So now, Bert, you did get an adversity token, but I don't think you're going to want to spend it because I still don't think it's going to help you much. They've kind of come to a standstill, Kip. The guys have kind of surrounded them, and they're kind of like putting the boots to them. Rachel, at about this time, you kind of round the corner, and you can see Tina and Bert on the ground, and a couple of Billy Ricketts' cronies stomping on them and like kicking them. And you see Billy still at the end of the hall. When you kind of look to your left, he's still at the end of the hall, kind of holding his groin, rolling back and forth, trying to get to his feet. But your friends look like they're in pretty dire straits.
So is Billy between me and them, or is he back behind me?
No, he's further down the hall to your
Oh,
left. So
all right.
you've got a pretty clear opening to them.
All right. So I will just calmly walk up behind one of them and kick them in the back of the knees.
Okay, so go ahead and make a fight check for me.
So is that roll light?
If
or
you
fight?
go to your character sheet, you can just click on the little button next to where it says fight,
The
and
one
it
on
should
the
roll it
left.
for you.
All right.
We roll better than we've been rolling.
Modifier is 0, correct?
Correct.
At
Ah,
least I'm,
Okay,
Best
Nice.
number of the night so far.
As you're laying there, Tina and Bert, Willie Lee, he's one of Billy's cronies. He just goes down hard as Rachel walks up behind him and just puts her combat boot like right in the back of his leg, and he just kind of flops belly down on the floor. The other one, now seeing that he's greatly outnumbered, decides that discretion's the better part of valor and desists his attack on you guys and runs to go help get Billy up, giving you guys enough time to kind of scramble to your feet and get inside the gym.
Done and done.
which I'll Yeah, and then close the door.
Okay. So you're able to you pull the door closed. This on this side is obviously the kind of fire break door.
Right.
So not a real good way to secure it or anything.
Right.
The gym's still set up for field days, so there's mats everywhere and like scooters on the floor, and the ropes are hanging from the ceiling, and all that kind of stuff. So you guys probably have a few minutes. You look around, you don't immediately see Coach Zilla.
So if we don't see Coach, then we can at least use this the opportunity to just run across the gym and head out the building that way.
Okay. So you're gonna head for the back entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
why don't we just climb the ropes?
Get out of here. They don't go anywhere, Bert.
You're talking to someone who doesn't necessarily climb well.
Why'd you guys make me come in here? I could have kicked their asses.
Not
You
all
want
of
to go
them.
out there and kick their ass? Go for it. So I'm staying in here.
I shrug my shoulders and head towards the door.
Okay. So you guys are hustling across the gymnasium. As you get to the door, you immediately spot the fact that the fire chain is on it. So they've already wrapped it and chained it up to prevent people from going in and out of that door.
I say
Told
one
you
of
the
Ray's
ropes.
words.
The fire door doesn't go anywhere either.
Is it one of those fire chains that has like the weak link that'll break if you actually push on it?
How many
No, it's the
many
80s.
mats are in the gym? Are there a lot?
Yeah, there's big mats, like you have with like the little pommel horse, and the springboard, and then you've got the kind of foldy mats, and there's several of those that have kind of been stacked up against the wall.
I start pushing all those mats toward the door.
Okay.
I like that. That's a calculated risk. I will totally help with that.
Okay. So
Okay.
Rachel and Tina run over and start trying to like barricade the door with mats.
If anything else, if there's something heavier, if there's something to put on top of them or behind them, basically I'm just trying to barricade ourselves in.
Okay. So you
Look
guys are
around.
kind of hastily sort of like trying to drag these big stacked mats across the floor, and you hear a what the hell do you think you're doing? And it's the familiar voice of Coach Zilla. He kind of comes stomping across the gym.
Oh, damn. I was hoping he was a tenor.
I drop the mat and say, Coach, those guys are beating the shit out of us. I mean, yeah.
He kind of stops and he kind of examines Bert with a look of brief disgust as he then kind of glances over at Tina, and he kind of grabs your face, not overly roughly, but he's not exactly gentle. And he
Like
sees
the chin grab.
yeah, he sees the kind of the cut on your lip, and kind of see the red marks, around the edges of your face. He's like, "Who was it?"
It was Ricketts and his friends.
Who do you think?
I'd have fought him off, but I'm not supposed to
You
attack
wait
dumb
here.
animals.
I'll take care of it. He turns around and starts stomping towards the door. Put them damn mats back.
Drag mats back.
Will help.
And like the minute the door flies open, you hear some of Ray's words. So, Rachel, as you're kind of like loading the mats kind of back up by the window, kind of pushing them, something catches your attention that kind of just makes your skin crawl. Like kind of at the edge of the fence, kind of around the playground area, there's this really sort of tall and lanky old man wearing like a dark suit with kind of like a Quaker hat on, and he's just kind of staring vacant-eyed kind of at the playground. He's kind of loosely kind of holding the fence and, just kind of staring out at the playground. And as you're kind of watching him, you swear to God, he turns and like makes eye contact with you. Like he just kind of looks like right at you, and he gets this kind of big, kind of sickly grin on his face, just like he's way too happy to be staring at little kids on a playground.
Okay. And can I get out there easily?
Yeah, there's like you can just go out the hall now that you don't have to worry about Billy and just zip down the main hallway, and that would take you out to the playground.
Well, Rachel is still in fight mode, so
Okay.
I think she's gonna drop her mat and go and like mutter something under her breath and head out that way.
Okay. So you kind of burst out of the doors, and and so the rest of you guys just see this. She's looking out the window for a second, and then she just kind of stops what she's doing. It's just like muttering, and starts
I would
stomping.
assume it's not the first time you guys have seen Rachel just kind of be pissed off enough to go and kick some ass. So
Oh no. Balls. Let's go that way.
Do the rest of you pursue, or Tina, you gonna stick behind and finish putting the mats up?
Yeah, she might kill somebody if she keeps this up.
Okay, let's go.
She gets outside the school. She might even pull out her knife.
I'm gonna finish putting up the mat that I'm actively working on and go, wait, guys, hold on, I'm coming.
So with Tina trailing behind, Rachel stomping towards the door, shoves the main door open out of the playground, and once again, it's complete bedlam. Children are zipping all over the place. Kids are throwing dirt clods. It's a dirt clod war going on. It's complete madness. It's like a prison riot is going on out there.
I can't wait to go to grade school.
As you kind of march down the steps, Rachel, and look around, he's not there. Like the old man isn't where he should be.
did I see him leave, or was I
No, like
for a minute?
it's just like by the time it's kind of like I said, once again, it's one of those things that kind of makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck, because this dude looked fucking old. So he doesn't look like the type who would be able to move from where he was to be completely out of your sight in the time it took for you to get out here.
Did you guys see that creeper?
No, what? Who?
Yeah, there was,
Ricketts?
there was this like old dude like sitting there and smiling at all the kids, and I was gonna go tell him to get the fuck out of here.
Just kind of look at her.
Good call, but it looks like he's gone.
I don't see any old dudes that we don't know.
He was a total creeper. I don't think I've ever seen him before. He was wearing this hat. I don't know. It was weird.
Well, he must have beat it.
I come chugging up behind. What are you doing?
Well, it looks like I'm saving your dumbass again. So why don't you thank me?
Thank you for saving me from what?
From Ricketts and his friends.
Okay, fair enough.
See?
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Get like the eye roll going and everything.
Make her head
So-
any bigger than it's got to be.
Why are you thanking me? Stop it.
In fact, just stop talking. That's the best idea. I'm gonna walk towards the bikes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys kind of start to get your bikes, are walking them towards kind of the, the crosswalk where the crossing guard is waiting. And as you're kind of standing there waiting for him to, he's a goofy, teenage kid, red buzz cut, pimples, he seems more interested in staring at the Mad magazine in his lap than he does in doing his job. So, you're going to be here a little while. Tina, as you're kind of standing there waiting, kind of looking around, just kind of, you notice a dude who kind of fits the description that Rachel was talking about, that kind of old man. And he's about a block and a half away, like walking kind of down the sidewalk. But he's got, you think that's your neighbor, little Cindy Johnson. She's a kindergartner. And he's holding her hand and he's walking with her, like away
I'm assuming
from
this
the
is someone
school.
I've never seen her with before.
Yeah, you've never seen this dude before. Like I said, he's just kind of a really tall, like skeletal looking dude in a suit. You can just kind of, black suit, and he's kind of walking with her kind of down the sidewalk.
So the kind of guy that our parents have probably warned us not to go with.
So as you're kind of sitting there, like watching him, walk kind of down the street with her, he kind of stops and kind of stoops down real low to kind of, look at her, like he's talking to her, and he reaches inside his pocket and pulls out a lollipop and offers it to her. And when
Guys, we gotta go.
as she takes it, he grabs her by the
What?
neck and really quickly like runs behind a house.
And you're the only one that sees this?
Yes.
I am going to hop on my bike and say, we gotta go now.
What?
When,
I-
Get on the
Oh,
bike
now
and start
what?
going.
Tina takes off.
when Tina become aggressive?
He's like,
Gotta save the kindergartner.
If Tina is saying that, that means we gotta go, guys.
I was like, what?
I hop on my bike and follow her.
Kind of hard to argue with that. Yeah.
I go a little slower than everybody else and hold out my hand to try and stop traffic as we buzz across this.
so yeah,
And
these
Rachel, just no fear, just zips right across the street.
car horns are ringing out as your bikes weave in between cars that are waiting for the crossing guard to kind of move his ass and get his job done. You guys fly down the street. It doesn't take long to reach the kind of part, on this block. It's kind of like it's like an apartment that's kind of like been carved out of like two houses that they've
Mhm.
it's got like a little
Yeah, yeah,
sidewalk kind of walkway between it. That's kind of where he ducked off into. You guys know from playing hide and seek around here, there's lots of little nooks and crannies for people to hide up in there. And that's kind of the direction he darted. So are you just going to abandon your bikes in the street or on the sidewalk? And
Well, Tina's got to tell us what exactly she saw when we all stop at when she stops.
I'd say as I stop, I go, I saw your dude. He's taking my neighbor. We gotta go save her.
All right. I'm
Where?
down with
What do you
that.
mean taking? I stopped and put my bike.
He grabbed her.
Dude, stranger danger. We gotta go.
I grab my butterfly knife and start looking in all the little nooks and crannies in the area.
okay.
She scares me. I'm gonna let her lead.
All right.
You bust out your slingshot.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So slingshot at the ready, butterfly knife being twirled in the hand of Rachel. You guys kind of, as a group, move into this kind of, sort of cul-de-sac between the houses and start kind of searching around.
I'm gonna start kind of hollering my neighbor's name. I don't remember what you said.
Oh, yeah,
Cindy.
asshole.
Cindy.
Cindy.
Um,
I start shouting out, Cindy.
Cindy.
so Bert, as you kind of come around one of the corners, they've got like a root cellar, where the doors are on the exterior, and one of the doors has been flopped open. And it's like dark in there, like dark.
Hey guys, I bet she's down here. Be quiet.
I love it.
Bert, you are not the smartest pickle in the jar, are you?
If pickles start being smart, I don't want to see them.
Pickle Rick.
It's just a saying.
Oh, well, I don't always get those.
It's
you
like a
guys-
metaphor.
Kind of collect in front of this door. Is your plan to go down?
Who's
Our
gonna
plan
go
is to stand
first?
at the top of the stairs and look down.
Huh. I
My
wish I
plan
would've
is to
packed
let
a
someone with a
flashlight
weapon
before I
go
left this
first.
morning.
What'd you say, Bert?
I wish I would have packed a flashlight this morning, but who would think of packing a flashlight?
You do have adversity tokens. Is that one of your skills?
What, prepared?
Prepared?
Not mine.
Not mine.
I thought
That
was your
was
kid
one
Girl
of
Scout.
mine, but I only have one token and I need two.
Gotcha.
I thought Kip had something. My bad.
Oh, hell. And I start going down the stairs.
Okay.
Hey, Rachel, it's dark. I'm gonna follow her.
Definitely following them.
Cindy,
Now,
are you down here?
I think Kip, you did have treasure hunter. Do you
Yeah.
have any? You don't have any adversity tokens right now, do you?
I do not.
Okay. So yeah, so you creep into the darkness. The first thing that hits you, Rachel, is the smell. It's a combination. It's not just mildew. You've smelled like mildew before, but it's kind of like almost like almost. You went to the zoo that time, before everything with your mom, and you remember going into like the is it called the snake area, the reptile kind of
Reptile house.
den. And yeah, it kind of has that sort of odor to it. And there's kind of a must in the air and kind of a dank feeling, real kind of moisture that kind of is in the air.
Hey, Kip, smells like your mother's underwear.
Oh!
Oh!
How do you know what? Wait a minute.
Cindy, are you down here? And I'll start looking around as best
Don't
as
you
I
think
can.
she'd have answered if she could by now?
I'll start feeling for a light switch
I'm
or
gonna-
a hole or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to do the same thing, Kip?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm feeling across the ceiling to see if I can find a light bulb, because usually in these types of things, there's a little hang thing on them to
So as
pull.
you guys are kind of feeling around, Kip, you find a electrical plug-in that's been unplugged from the wall that maybe goes to like one of those automotive lights that it hangs down.
I'll plug it in.
Okay, so you plug it in and it kind of briefly kind of flashes
Drill.
like a little bit of light. It's really weak. You can tell the bulb's probably on the verge of burning out. But you see legs, like Cindy's legs. There's kind of like this kind of half wall that looks like it's been built from like old pallets, just kind of like sticking out of the side of the wall, and kind of her legs are kind of jutting out from behind the wall.
Hey guys. I go over there.
So as do you go around the side?
Yeah, to where I can get to her. Yeah.
Okay. So as you kind of round the side, you see this older man, but he's kind of laying on his belly a lot like a frog, like where he's pressed real flat. And the weirdest thing is that his mouth has opened so wide and his jaw is distended and he's swallowing Sydney. Like her up to her shoulders, her head and shoulders are being like consumed by him.
Oh my god! I'm gonna scramble, get my slingshot out,
Okay.
and nail him in the face.
All right. Make a fight roll for me.
Not a great roll for me. I rolled a one. I rolled a one.
Okay. So, Bert, you don't really get a chance to see it as the rock ricochets off the concrete wall behind this thing and smacks you dead in the temple.
Oh no!
What is going? Oh,
I run over there.
Okay. So you see essentially the same thing. There's this man thing swallowing Sydney.
I was scrambling for another rock. Ah,
What the
I'm backing
hell?
up.
Yeah.
On hearing him freaking out, I'm gonna like peek my head in. What's going on?
And I
You
I
see
run
the
over
same.
there and grab Cindy's legs and
Okay.
start pulling her back.
All right. So I'm going to need a brawn roll from you.
Run. Gotcha. Maybe. There we are. There's my character. There's Braun. What did he get?
Holy moly!
You got a 1.
Oh, awesome.
shimmer.
Too bad your two fighting characters are.
I missed the sevens.
Okay. I'm going to give you guys both adversity tokens because you both failed your checks. Tina, yeah, Rachel basically runs up and is like trying to pry poor Cindy out of this thing's mouth. She's grabbing onto her legs and pulling with all of her might, and it's just like the creature just like is just looking at you with its eyes. They're kind of like yellow. They look like pickled eggs almost, with like tiny little slits in the middle.
Is
Help
there
her!
anything nearby that I could like tip onto him?
Yeah, there's
crushing
like
her?
there's like kind of like a shelf full of like preserves, like probably well past their shelf life, like glass jars filled full of like old preserves down here.
I want to run over there and try to tip it on top of him to just try to get her back.
Okay. So that would probably be a brawn roll. If you're gonna try
That
to...
is not my best roll, but we can try.
Well, it is one of my better rolls, and I still screwed it up. So
Jesus,
Yeah.
okay, I rolled
Oh
a
my
D4.
God!
Continued to fail.
We're
Lots
building
of
up
ones.
Another
tokens for later.
Okay, I don't. Can you guys let me know? Is it showing more than one token on roll 20?
I have 2. Tina has 2. Eric has 1. Rachel has 1.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it's showing more than one up in on your character sheet.
I mean, oh
Yeah.
no, mine's
would-
not showing it. Maybe you should give me more.
Of course not.
Okay, so
It's
Bert,
possibly.
you're able to
Kidding.
like your friends are like in a full blown panic as you sit up with like a trickle of blood running down your temple. They're Rachel seems to be holding on to some little girl's legs and is pulling with all of her might while she's like screaming, "We gotta help her! We gotta help her!" And Tina's like viciously tugging on this bookshelf that's like on the wall that won't come loose, and you know, poor Kip seems to have his knees seemed to have gone to water while he's fishing around in his pocket for another stone. You know, he's pale as a ghost.
What the heck, Gip? Oh shit. Oh. And I go to try to tackle.
Reference real quick. Rachel, what did you do with your butterfly knife when you went to grab Cindy's legs? Did you just drop it?
Oh, that's a good question. I think she just wanted to save the kiddo, so we
Yeah.
can do it however you want. She could have dropped it. She could have had the forethought to stick it in her pocket.
Okay, you see the butterfly knife gleaming there on the ground, Bert?
I think I would still do better if I just tackled the guy and tried to get him to quit swallowing her.
So your plan is to just jump on his back?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Also
As long as
cause
you don't try
resistance
jumping
for
into his
Rachel
mouth.
pulling.
so go ahead and make a fight check for me.
Please, I've got this. I totally got this.
Come on.
yes.
One.
Okay, so Bert runs up and mimicking something he saw last night on WWF, he jumps in the air, puts both knees right into the back of this thing. And it's like this massive exhalation as this little Sydney comes popping out like a cork. So Rachel, you go flying back with Sydney's legs in your arms and kind of go crashing into the opposite wall. And this just disgusting odor hits you, Kip. It's just the smell of rot and decay and filth and grime as this thing just explodes air out of itself.
I'm gonna still try and shoot.
Okay.
I do have an adversity token now. Can I use that?
I believe you only needed one for your ability, right?
I don't remember. I gotta look.
believe you did. Yes, skilled at. Yes, you only need one. So add a +3 to your roll, sir.
Let's see how this goes, right? I'll get a 4 now. I got a 5.
So yeah, you kind of steady your aim. Actually, there'd be an 8 because it's +3.
I
He added
I
the
put
+3 on the
in.
modifier.
Oh, okay, I got. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. it's
Okay.
in there.
Yeah, you steady your aim and fire the rock, but you're just a little low, so it kind of ricochets off of it and kind of clips it on the chin. As its kind of mouth starts to kind of like kind of shrink back down to normal.
Yuck.
Okay, so Tina,
Gagging over here.
you still pulling on that bookshelf, or are you gonna change tactics?
No, I think that it would be better for me to use my smarts, get one of the preserve jars, and see if I can find a way to aim it right where it would cause him to be distracted by it.
Okay, so you're gonna try to like distract him with one of the jars of preserves.
Yes.
So roll some brains for me.
Hopefully higher than I've been getting. Submit. Yes.
Oh, nice.
That is so much higher than
13.
I've been getting.
So yeah, like you grab the jar and you're kind of thinking about how to throw it, and then you're like, you just hold your nose and unscrew the cap real quick and just kind of slosh it right into its face. And it just kind of splashes on its eyes and it makes like this kind of screaming, hissy noise.
Which
and
only
it
makes me feel sicker.
It bucks violently, Bert, kind of throwing you like into the like little retaining wall, like right next to you.
Yeah, Philly.
And it then scrambles out of there like a spider, like, and is like up the stairs and out the door.
That is
And
terrifying.
Then it's calm.
I'm gonna look over at Cindy.
Like her like head and shoulders are kind of coated in this sort of greenish, blackish goop, but like after a minute, like kind of as you guys kind of get around her and wipe the stuff away, she takes like a big deep breath.
Did you guys see what
And she just starts crying.
I'm gonna do what I can to comfort her because she'd
Okay.
probably be familiar with me being the neighbor.
She actually reaches out to you once she sees you and like is like holding on to you in like a death lock.
I can imagine.
Hey, where'd he
Rachel
go?
jumps back, not knowing to do with crying 5-year-old.
He's like, ah!
Where'd he go? I'm gonna head for the stairs.
Okay. Like so as you kind of run up and out, like look around, no sign, no clue where he went.
Was he trying to eat her?
I'm gonna come back down the steps.
That's what it looks like.
I told you he was a fucking creeper.
Bert, we can't hear you.
That's not making me happy. How about now?
Yes.
Absolutely.
You're quiet.
We should try to. You know where she lives, Tina?
Yes. We should get her home.
Okay, yeah. Let's do that together.
Probably for the better.
Yeah, I'm good. Let's yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do need to get out of here regardless.
Hey, we can hear you again.
Yes. So you guys, climb up and out. It's kind of a long walk home because it's virtually impossible for Tina to ride her bike with little Cindy clinging to her. So I'm sure Bert's probably pushing Tina's bike in addition to his own. So it's kind of slow going. But you're able to reach, Tina's house fairly, it's before, the lights kick on or anything. So what are you guys going to tell her mom?
That she wandered off with this old man, and we scared him off.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Cindy! Oh god! She's
You
like,
may
"Oh,
need to have
we
the
have
stranger
we have to
danger
call the police.
talk
We have
with
to call
her.
the police. We have to call the police. We have to call the police. You children, wait here. I'm calling the police right now.
I gotta get home.
You stay right there, young lady. You gotta stay. You stay. David, call the police. She
What's
rushes back
her
inside.
name? Mrs.
Johnson.
Johnson. Miss Johnson. Rachel didn't really see anything. She's got to get home.
Every one of you needs to tell the police.
We will. I look at Rachel and
I gotta go feed my dog. But I kind of
her dog could die.
out of there.
I think your dog can wait for a little while. Every second counts in a situation like this. I saw it on TV. Donahue was saying you have to remember, so you can't go anywhere because anything you can try to remember, you have to say. I will get you some lemonade. She turns around and walks back in the house.
This is your
After a
chance.
moment, she comes back out with a tray of fluffernutters and some lemonade.
Guys,
She
but if the cops I don't have a good relationship with them, and then she comes out with food and Rachel's eyes get really big. And she's like, well,
His
maybe
sweets
I
aren't
can
on the
see.
table. She's a nice lady. She just needs to cut down on the Dexatrim.
Yeah, damn Dexatrim.
I'm too young to know that reference, apparently.
It was basically like legal speed
It
for
was.
housewives.
It was.
It was the worst stuff, and it was like shilled like crazy.
Oh my.
So within about
Them and Bartles and James. I mean, you combine it with the wine cooler. And then
Nice.
so after about 15 minutes, Sheriff Dunes comes rolling up. He's kind of looks like at one point in time he might have been fit, but he's kind of let it go to fat, and he's got a horseshoe of reddish gray hair and a big thick mustache, and working on his third chin. He kind of throws his hat on and kind of sighs as he gets out of the car. He's looking directly at Rachel, like he's assuming she has something to do with whatever nonsense is going on. It wouldn't be the first time a
Hi,
parent's
Sheriff
called related to that
Dunes.
girl. I'll get to you in a minute, Missy. So he kind of like walks past you guys and strolls inside. And after about 10-15 minutes, he comes back out and grabs one of the chairs on the deck there and sits down.
Now we are
Pulls out a
next
notepad.
door to Tina's house,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so she could have. I mean,
Or
your
her
folks
parents'
are
house?
home, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you have run home and told your parents what was going on?
If Mrs. Johnson wouldn't have freaked out at me doing so.
Well, she probably would have been okay with that. Well, but then again, you are big on authority, aren't you?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that also
An
means she's
adult
big
told
on,
you to stay put.
she's also big on making sure her parents know what's going on so she doesn't get into trouble.
Yeah.
or her parents might come out when the cops show up.
That's true.
What
Which
would you
might have
guys
led to a
prefer?
whole different
Tina, I'll leave
freak
it up to you. How would you prefer it to go?
out. Because I have a feeling internally she would have been like, I don't want to disappoint Mrs. Johnson, but my parents will freak out if they don't know what's going on. And it probably would have been, I need to talk to my parents. Is that okay? She would have asked explicitly for permission to do so.
So she's kind of had a chance to kind of talk to Cindy a little bit, and she's right now in Cindy's mind you're the hero, so she's more than willing to let you go talk to your mom and dad, especially because she knows you're right next door.
Right.
So you're able to kind of explain to your parents. Do you tell them a different story than you told Mrs. Johnson?
Yeah, because Mrs. Johnson freaked out.
So what do you tell your parents?
Fool me once.
That she looked lost, and I was just helping her home,
Okay.
making sure that nothing happened.
Then why are the police coming, dear?
Mrs. Johnson is freaking out.
Well, that would be a good reason. If you didn't come home, I would be freaking out too, don't you know?
I
Oh
know.
my god.
I love that Tina's parents are from Minnesota. They relocated to Oregon.
I would say that's why I wanted to make sure you knew that I was okay.
Okay, well, dinner's gonna be cold, but I'll put it in the oven for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Then I
so
go back out.
yeah, Sheriff Dunes kind of pulls the chair up. All right, give me the short one. What happened?
Like a Bert.
I also look at Bert.
So here's what happened. We were, trying to go away from school, and we noticed a creepy guy hanging out and looking at kids, and we happened to notice that he had grabbed Tina,
Cindy.
not Tina, excuse me,
Cindy.
as she was heading off to do whatever she was doing, and took off with her. And so we gave chase, and he had taken her down to a root cellar, and we can show you where that is. And then when we got there, there were 4 of us, and we scared him off, but not after he spilled stuff on her from his shelves of preserved foods, which don't smell like they've been kept fresh like they should have been. I would not eat the food down there.
I elbow Bert.
Go ahead and make a charm roll for me.
Wow! I rolled a 2 on a d20.
So
I rolled a 1 on a
you
D20
guys
earlier.
notice the eye rolls are fairly consistent throughout Bert's recall of the events that led up to you being on the porch now.
We
So,
all nod along though.
Yeah. So let me get this straight. Y'all 4 kids chased off an adult man who is trying to kidnap a little girl.
Oh, he was old.
That's the story you're sticking to.
That's
it's
what
the
happened.
truth.
Yes.
Now this wasn't like some sort of prank gone wrong where y'all were just trying to, tease this little girl up some and things just went sideways.
No, sir.
I wouldn't do that to Cindy. And I wouldn't let anyone else do that to Cindy.
I didn't even
She's
really
right. She wouldn't.
know Cindy.
You don't got to know somebody to tease them up.
We would
Really?
tease her up or down.
Hey, smart ass, zip it. I ain't talking to you.
Love for another sandwich, sheriffs?
He smacks it out of your hand.
But Sheriff, what Bert said is the truth. That's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
He was some creepy
Sure, this
old
doesn't
guy.
have something to do with your brother Ray. You aren't covering for Ray. He didn't have something to do with this.
I don't know what. I don't know where Ray is. I don't care.
Mm-hmm. Thick as thieves.
Yeah, Ray's a douche.
He really is.
Douche. Yeah.
He closes his notebook without having
Sorry,
written
Kip.
down a single ounce of your story. All right, well, we'll be in touch if we need any additional information.
No, Sheriff, you gotta look for this guy. I mean, kids have been missing right and left in this town.
He
Yeah,
kind
and
of
he's probably been
He's an old guy. He has a big
abducting
hat.
them.
He has this creepy smile, and he was out there watching us.
Huge
What if-
creepy smile.
What if he's, taking kids and doing something bad?
Yeah,
he kind of narrows his eyes at
I
that.
saw this episode of Sally Jesse Raphael, and she said that there are Satanists that go and kidnap kids, and then they
But
do all
that
these.
is the last damn thing we need getting around this community.
Look,
There's a
Sheriff.
bunch of crazy Satanists kidnapping kids.
I know it's a hard story to swallow, but I swear it's the truth.
Okay.
I elbow Bert.
Which one of you got the
Fishy's
best
going
look
on.
at him? I'll take you down to the station and you can give a description to our resident sketch artist.
We all point at Tina.
Tina,
I pointed at Kip because he's the one that hit me with the rock.
Tina's the one who saw him and chased him.
Oh,
I
that's
elbow
true. You
Bert.
His
saw him.
eyes are gonna get as big as saucers.
Now wait a minute. I thought y'all all gave chase.
But we
Well,
all
we
chased
followed
him, but
Tina.
Tina's the one who saw him.
Story's starting to fall apart here, kids.
But when we were at the basement, he was there, and we all kind of saw him then.
And he was creepy. And he ran.
Weird.
He was
pilgrim
stuffing
guy
his
with
face, so
yellow
it was hard to
eyes.
make out his face.
Wait, he had yellow eyes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And, like,
And did he
his
have a
mouth-
little green antenna that stuck out of his head and wiggled around at you?
He had this mouthful of teeth, and they were yellow, and there were like too many of them in the mouth. It was gross.
In the okay.
Oh.
I don't
Y'all
remember
might have
antennas.
had too much yoo-hoo or something because y'all aren't making any dang sense.
Do you have any yoo-hoo?
I'm sure he does.
We just need
He
to go
kinda
home, Sheriff. Our mom
slowly reaches up and just kind of
us.
puts pressure on the bridge of his nose. Like, oh, they don't pay me enough for this.
Well, if we see the guy again, we will definitely let you know where he's at.
That would be a great idea. Just call
Yeah,
the
maybe next
police.
time I'll take a picture so you can believe us.
Well, that would be very handy, little lady.
Well, if
Just
he's got
make
a
sure
kid,
the
we'll
camera
chase him
you
down
use
again.
ain't stolen. He says as he gets up and starts kind of walking down the stairs.
I don't think he likes you.
You kids
I
stay
thought-
out of trouble.
I
Still
kind of
one
start
camera.
after him only for Kip to kind of.
Grab you by the
Yeah.
Steal one camera and he never lets you forget it.
he
I didn't
walks
steal it.
walks
gotta
back
get
over to the
home.
car and puts his hat on and kind of tips the brim at you guys as he kind of gets back in and kind of drives off down the street.
Do you think he believed us?
No. You can't start talking about yellow eyes and lots of teeth if you want anybody to believe you.
But how's he gonna know who to look for if we don't tell him the right thing?
He wouldn't have believed us anyway.
They're not gonna look for the right thing. But if
They're
we
not
tell them something they will believe, they might look for that.
No,
Besides,
they
Then they
you
won't look
can't
for the
throw
right
a
thing.
stone in this town without hitting a 90-year-old creep with a weird grin anyway, so.
Hey,
But
Bert,
not all of them are dressed like pilgrims.
as they're standing there talking, you notice that on the corner of the street, there's this like little old lady who's just kind of staring over at you guys.
Is it a little old lady we've seen before?
Hey,
She's wearing like kind of like a house coat, and if you call anybody's attention to it, Tina,
guys,
you'll recognize her as Erna Saunders. She's kind of known here in the neighborhood. She lives a couple houses down the
creepy
street.
old lady staring at us. Don't look. I said don't look.
I knew it. I knew it. All the old people are in a conspiracy.
Oh, don't even start.
To eat kids?
I told you. I told you.
Conspiracy.
There's
If the old people eat the kids and the old people die, there's nobody left in town.
That's how they stay young. They keep eating the kids.
They're not staying young very well.
Well, they're staying young-ish. I mean, they could be hundreds of years old. We don't know
Do we have like
Pretty sure their driver's license would have the right age on it.
we have like
that.
radios
That's
or
if you
anything?
believe their driver's license.
Like walkie-talkies.
Everything you
Yeah.
read.
Sure.
I gotta go. I gotta go home. Anybody sees anything? Anybody else? Channel 2, guys.
Okay. Pack a flashlight next time.
I give Bert the handshake.
Hey,
So
why
hold.
can't I do the handshake?
Sure, girl.
Well, only kinda.
I kind of shrug.
Whatever.
Can you teach me the handshake? Come on, guys.
I just kind of shrug and go home.
Tina's like, I've had enough of this.
I grabbed 2 more fluffernutters and I head after him, begging him to teach me the handshake.
I get on my bike and drive home.
Is the old
Okay.
woman just still standing there?
Yeah, she just like keeps standing there watching you guys as you leave.
What
don't
are
go
you
anywhere
looking
near the
at,
old
you
woman.
fat?
Let's go the other way.
She kind of
And-
clutches at her pearls when you say that, Rachel. Like,
And when I get home, I'm going to see if I can find my dad's big flashlight.
I like
Okay.
calmly go to my house, but like run to a window where I can watch and see if she's still there.
after
My
they
dad's-
kind of ride away, and especially after Rachel like insults her, hurls an insult at her, she kind of like turns around and kind of shuffles off, muttering to herself. You think more than likely she was drawn by the fact that there was a sheriff's car in front of your neighbor's house.
Yeah.
She's kind of known to be nosy.
We just don't trust old people anymore.
Not after that. I mean, eating people.
We didn't see that. That's not what we saw.
Huh.
That's totally what we saw.
That's what I saw.
Not
you
even
just don't
possible.
remember because you hit yourself in the head with your freaking slingshot.
No, he hit me in the head with the slingshot.
See?
He hit
And
you.
so, and see, that's what Bert thinks he saw it. He obviously didn't because he had his bell rung.
Well, you didn't hit me in the head, and I remember seeing it.
Nobody has
I'll
to hit
ring
you in the
your
head to
bell.
have your bell rung.
I found my dad's flashlight. Do one of you guys have one of those 6-volt batteries?
6-volt.
Yeah, it's
What
a
is-
huge square block of a battery with 2 big
Oh,
springy
those
things on
things.
top.
Like
I don't think I've even seen one of those in the last decade.
Yeah, it's 1984. They're around all over the damn place.
Yeah, I've got one in our fire alarm. I'll just take it out of there.
Oh, good lord.
Oh no!
What's in your head? That huge fire alarm.
Oh
You
my.
probably rigged the fire alarm up to use that battery because trailer.
Right.
So the next several days kind of pass by relatively uneventful. Summers began, kind of, you guys kind of fall into a routine. The whole kind of events sort of starts to fade in your memory, like traumatic events do for kids. They kind of move on with their lives. Um, Kip, you discovered this fantastic Stephen King novel called Different Seasons, and you read this story called The Body, and you absolutely identify with Chris Chambers in your own mind
Of course.
because his brother's a dick, and he's like hangs out with a rough and tumble crowd, and the ostracized younger brother, and they go on this like amazing adventure where they like go in search of this body on the railroad tracks, and it just kind of starts to resonate with you. And you guys live in the woods, you like spending a lot of time outside, so kind of the natural progression is for you to kind of talk your friends around into this idea of you guys should do this sort of thing.
Go along the rail tracks to find a dead body. I don't
Well,
think
no,
there's
not
a dead
necessarily to
body.
find a body, but to have that coming of age kind of adventure story.
Yeah,
Can we please go find a body?
we might. There might be a body. You never
You
know.
could lead.
More
There's
importantly,
not a body.
there might be other things.
But I'll definitely go because I'm not staying at home.
Well, we
Yeah,
need to be
me too.
careful if we're on the tracks because trains use those.
My mom's been drinking
we could
again.
always jump
My
off the
dad-
tracks if a train's coming.
That's great. No bridges. No bridges.
Bridges are fine. We'll be able to hear the train a mile away. Don't be such a wimp.
You're a wimp.
I'm not.
So one Saturday afternoon, sleeping bags packed, bindles put together, you're ready for your great wild adventure off into the woods.
I got a battery in my flashlight.
And Bert is carrying a massive flashlight.
Well, it's about that big, but
Yeah.
I have a more normal flashlight.
Yes.
it's got a little handle.
Bringing a bunch of books because I put value in those.
Nerd.
And I'm just, survival stuff.
I'm bringing a recently acquired Polaroid camera of dubious nature.
What is the Polaroid
All-
camera of dubious nature, or was it acquired in a dubious
It was
way?
acquired via dubious nature.
I would like to point out all Polaroid cameras are of dubious nature.
That's true.
Eli, are you doing embroidery?
I'm doing cross stitch.
Cross stitch, okay.
Yeah. Would
So-
you
So kind of embroidery adjacent.
like to see it? It says "Be gay, do cry."
Oh, very cool.
I like it. So you guys kind of make the plan to meet at Larry the Lumberjack off, where that's kind of where your adventure will begin. So that kind of morning, you guys all bike up, or would you walk since you're going to be in the woods?
I think we'd bike as long as we could. Like,
Yeah.
How it depends on how off road we're going, I guess.
We're
Well, this
staying
is
near,
Kip's idea, so
we're staying near the tracks. We can bike for a while at least.
And then we can stash our bikes in the woods and go on foot for a while.
okay.
Cool.
Not put my bike near no dead body.
Oh my God, Tina, chill out.
I don't think there's actually a dead body.
You
You're
don't know
so-
that.
You're such
Your
a
adventure-
spaz.
Progresses relatively, uneventfully. You don't get chased by a dog in a junkyard or anything super duper exciting. You guys kind of make camp the first night. Would you do a cold camp or would you actually set a fire?
Oh, are you kidding? I'm gonna make a fire.
All right.
At
At
least
least
it's
it's
good
good
with
with
the
a fire.
kids making a
12-year-old
fire.
can.
And then
I'm Boy
yelling at
Scout,
me
man.
not to throw things in it. And I'm like, why are you going to make a fire if I can't throw things in it?
It's not a big
Yeah, me
fire.
too,
You're gonna
Bert,
put it
right?
out.
Rude.
Me and Bert start putting ants in the fire.
I think my sleeping
Guys.
bag shrunk last summer.
After the fire setup, I get out one of my books.
Look up, look up the stars and stuff.
So you know,
Found
you're-
a
Think we'll
tree.
actually find a body, Bert or Kip?
No, maybe not a body, but I think we'll find something. You know,
Yeah.
this town is so weird. There's always weird stuff happening here. I think, yeah, I think we're gonna find something.
Are we following the tracks away from the mill or towards the mill?
Are we going? I don't know. I'm going where Kip tells me to go. Kip,
I'm
where
assuming
are we going?
if we're going out of town, we're going away from the mill. I don't know how far away the mill is from town, though.
the mill's actually a little piece outside of town.
Well, the tracks pass it.
Yeah.
They go across
Obviously.
the river.
It's like,
We should go through the mill. I hear there's like a government facility in there. Somewhere.
We should definitely take a look at it. I think. I mean, we don't have to go in if it looks
What-
like there's, you know,
but we
What if
totally
they catch
have
us
to go in.
though?
they might have guard dogs and
What do
like.
they do?
Would not have
Yes.
guard dogs.
They'll
It's
disappear
abandoned.
us. They'll disappear us just like the other kids. You
If
don't want to be
it's
disappeared.
What
abandoned,
Sheriff
where would they put the dogs?
Sheriff Triple Chin is not going to be able to catch us. It will be fine.
Yeah, but if they're government people, they'll catch us.
No,
There's no government people.
All we're gonna do is take a look.
probably are.
If it looks like if we see a sign of government people, we'll just not go up to the mill.
I heard the mill was haunted.
That's
I
even
heard you were
worse.
haunted.
No such thing as ghosts.
Maybe
Yeah.
there
You guys
are
leave
two.
the way.
We
If I
have
see
this,
any guys though, I'm not going any closer.
we have this trailer at the end of the block that hasn't been occupied in like 10 years, and I swear I hear dogs barking from it all the time. I think there are ghost dogs in there.
There's probably stray dogs living under it.
No, ghost dogs. Ghost dogs are way better.
So
You know,
Well,
like shifts away from Rachel.
And you wonder why you don't get to learn the handshake.
Pastor Dan says dogs don't have souls, so there is no such thing as a ghost dog.
Well, Pastor Dan drinks too much at night too.
So
It's
Kip,
true.
at one point you get up to go out to the woods to relieve yourself, and you realize that you've set your camp relatively close to like one of the fire trails, and you see a car kind of bouncing kind of up the road, like kind of on their way by,
Mhm.
and it's a familiar pink Cadillac that belongs to one Miss Pedestrian.
It's just it's just going by.
Yeah, it passes, and then you kind of see it pull off into a little clearing a little bit up the road.
Well, I don't want to rouse anybody's curiosity because then somebody will want to go mess with her. I'll like pretend I didn't see anything.
Okay. So you got to go back to the group. You guys are sitting around the fire, kind of chatting for a little while, and talk about this and that. And then you hear a
I clap my book shut and duck under whatever I can duck under.
Kip. You know immediately that it's not a real wolf howl. That
Right.
it's somebody yelling. Wolf
How far?
style.
How far away does it sound?
Sounds pretty close.
That's not a wolf, guys.
It's a werewolf.
No, it's a person.
But
That's what a werewolf is.
right.
There's no such thing as a werewolf.
How do you know?
Have you ever seen a werewolf?
Have you ever not seen a werewolf?
That's not the way it works.
If it's not a full moon and you've seen a werewolf, how do you know you've not seen one?
Exactly.
What?
I say we go check it out. You want to go with me, Bert?
You don't need to go check anything out.
Yeah.
There's nothing to check out.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
I'm like hiding
Guys.
behind my book at
I
this
grab a
point.
flashlight and I start heading off.
Are they heading in the direction of the stupid Cadillac?
Yes.
I
Guys,
had-
there's nothing to see there.
Whoa! Look at this!
So yeah, you Bert, as you guys come out of the woods, you see a Cadillac with the windows all steamed up.
Oh, it is a full moon.
What's she doing in there to get the windows all steamed?
I stop after them after after a minute.
Tina, are you going to be left behind to be
Oh,
the only
hell
one in the
no.
fire? Okay.
I lean down to your ear and whisper something I saw on Showtime last week.
What? They're doing what? Ew, that's so gross.
Yeah, kissing and touching each other. It's weird.
Totally gross.
Guys,
And then I get really embarrassed for a minute and I look around for Kip or Tina.
come
Like,
out of the
okay.
woods.
Okay.
Like muttering to
So you
myself
guys
as I
Just
cowardly
watching
follow.
from a distance or approaching for a closer peek, or
Oh, I'm totally approaching it
That's
Okay.
under that.
No,
with my Polaroid out.
I'm following her. No, stop.
I turn off my flashlight, but it's still in my hand.
And I sneak
Okay, so
up
yep.
and I give
I'm
a
hanging back,
howl
hanging
and
back several
I
feet.
snap a picture.
You give a howl, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So the flash goes off and it illuminates the woods around. It's just like boom. It's like a strobe light in pitch blackness, and the door comes flying open.
And then I snap another picture before I run back into the
And
woods.
there's Ray with like his pants, kind of like half on, shirt off. He's like, he sees you, Kip, and you guys make eye contact. You're
Oh,
fucking
no.
dead! And he just comes running right at you.
I run.
Better!
Are you kidding me?
Okay. So make a flight check for me there.
Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that.
Not worried about anybody else. He's got his eyes fixed on you.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
We all saw that coming.
Is it another one? Oh god, it's another
Yeah.
one.
The
I
roll
rolled a
20
D6 and got
odds, Steve,
another one.
Let me
Did you
give
just roll
you
20? What's up? What did you do to
another-
that script, Justin?
another adversity
He
token.
rigged it, obviously.
So yeah, you go to like turn and run, but the panic of years of beatings at the hand of your big brother Ray just causes your feet to trip over and you just hit the dirt hard. Just boom! Your chin kind of bounces off the kind of rough gravel, and you got a little minor cut there, and he's on top of you.
I
He
am
just-
scrambling around.
Flips you over and it's just like shaking you by the shoulders.
I got my hands scrambling around looking for something to grab.
Okay, there's a rock right there next to you.
I hit him in the head with it.
Make a fight!
I got 3.
We'll go ahead and make this opposed, so that way it's fair. 'Cause you
Do
still
I-
might beat him.
Do I notice this at all?
Yeah, you pretty much
Oh.
because you're laughing, I'm assuming,
Oh,
and you're
yeah.
very surprised by the fact that the door flies open and there's Ray, and he doesn't even see you. He's only got eyes for his little brother. So he just goes charging right at him and just jumps right on him like a jackal.
Okay, as soon as I notice that it's Ray and what's going on, I'll turn around and go in and try to help Kip.
So
Yeah.
you swing the rock at him and you catch him, but not clean. You
Right.
kind of catch him on the kind of bridge of the nose as he kind of pulls back, which kind of will give you an opportunity to maybe kind of
Yeah,
scramble away a little
Scrambling away, yeah.
bit. Okay.
And
So
I
go ahead and do
holler
some
out.
flight for me. Maybe do better.
I can't do worse,
That's true.
but I only did slightly better. I got
Oh,
a 2.
Jesus.
Oh god.
So you try to squirm, but he's just he's got that kind of almost like he learned Brazilian jiu-jitsu and the art of big brother fighting techniques, where he's just kind of heel hooked you under the legs and he just kind of scoots with you.
Ray, it wasn't Kip. We didn't even know you were out here.
He looks up at you, Bert, real quick, and it's that kind of gaze that an older kid could give you that just turns your bladder to water. he could kill me with a punch kind
Wasn't
of look.
Rachel doing something?
Yeah, Rachel.
Why
were
are
gonna do
you
something?
naked?
Yes, I told you I was coming back around.
And
Yeah.
like, and when you say that, Bert, his face gets red and like his chest gets red as he's like kind of oddly embarrassed about you pointing out his partial nudity. Rachel, what were you gonna do?
I'm gonna go back there and say, Ray, if you'll leave him alone, I'll give you the picture that I have, and I'll hold up the Polaroid.
Okay, so make a charm for me.
Oh, I like how you're holding up one Polaroid,
Yes, just one.
the one picture you took.
And when I have a D4, it's pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's a 3.
That's true. It's 75%.
When you hold up the Polaroid, like that seems to be enough to get him to get off of Kip. He kind of like does that thing where he puts his both hands on your chest, Kip, and uses his whole weight to get up off of you, just kind of mashing you into the ground. And he like turns around and starts walking towards you, kind of pulling his pants, up and kind of buttoning them as he comes your direction, Rachel. He kind of snatches it out of your hand. If you let him, unless you're trying to keep it away from him.
Yeah. I'll let him snatch it out of my hand, and then I'll immediately go over to Kip and try to get him to kind of.
Actually, he pushes you like in the chest and like puts your body up against the car. He goes, "You little fucking freak! I don't want my brother hangs out with you. You fucking trash."
Oh, see, now we got a problem.
Uh-oh.
And I will just fucking deck him.
Okay.
Oh no, you should just lift your knee up.
Knee to the groin.
All right. So would that be fight?
Yes, hit some fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get adversity for failing. So
I
yeah, we got a lot of adversity.
I got a 7.
Okay, so were you going for the punch or the knee?
I think Rachel would go for the knee. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, me needs nuts with a violent crunch
God.
that like sends Ray kind of sloughing off to the side, like holding his nether regions.
I'd rather be a weirdo than a douche.
Little bitch.
And I'll take off.
Yeah, we're running.
So yeah, you guys, Tina, were you just kind of like hanging out in the woods watching this whole thing unfold, or?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
hanging back and watching because there were adults involved and I didn't want to be.
He's not an adult. He thinks
Well-
he is.
Oh,
Okay.
I think she was talking about Miss Cadillac there.
I was about to say, pretty sure there was an adult, but not Ray.
Not Ray.
Oh,
you guys
that
kind of-
Cadillac.
Yeah.
Run sort of blindly into the woods, just in your kind of rapid fleeing. And you run it as your lungs start to burn, just to put distance between you and Ray, because you've kneed him in the groin a few times, Kip. You know what's going to happen if he gets a hold of you. So as you guys kind of come bursting out, you kind of find yourself in a part of the woods you don't think you've ever been in before, Kip, and you've spent a lot of time out here kind of wandering around with the scouts and everything. And
Holy
you're kind of
shit, Kip, I'm
No.
sorry.
Now I can't ever go home.
Sorry, Kip, I didn't know it was Ray.
Of course it was Ray. I
But it
kick something
was kind of
and
fun.
look around.
Just, oh,
as you kind of like look around, you start to hear this kind of weird, low, sort of almost like a hymn like singing. And you're in this kind of weird sort of clearing with like this tall grass. And probably about 300 feet away, you see this kind of old, dilapidated looking church. And like there's lights inside of it. It's lit up like somebody's in there. And it almost sounds like someone's holding a mass.
What? I don't know this place.
Who
Who has church at midnight on a Saturday?
I checked. I'm gonna reach into my pack for my map, and I realized that I don't have my pack.
Oh yeah, I just have my flashlight.
Is there like a sign outside of this church or anything, or is it just this weird little chapel?
From what you can see where you're at right now, you don't see any sort of signage or anything. You don't even really see a road to get to it.
Oh, that's creepy.
Is the the trees up right to it and everything?
Yeah,
You
like
see,
there's
like, a
lots of
special-
trees, except for
special
kind of
wall.
out in front of it. There's like, but all kind of in the back and on the sides, the trees are almost right up, pressing up against the church. But in front, where you guys kind of come through, there's kind of this clearing of tall grass that you're kind of standing in right now, that you can see it from your vantage point right now.
It's where the church would have had their graveyard. Fortunately, there's no gravestones here.
Yeah,
But
because
maybe.
it's all old people who are living forever or something.
What are they doing? I'm kind of wander forward.
Okay.
Kip,
I get behind Rachel because she's been all balls to the wall and I'm not.
yeah, but this kind of freaks her out. She thinks maybe it's been enough excitement for one night.
I get that, but I've still seen you do a lot of things that I would not do.
What? What? We should check it out. I mean, you really just want to turn around and walk away?
Well,
We should see at least see what's going on, right? What if they were right about the Satanists or whatever?
Dude, I thought I was getting out of going to church this weekend.
okay, all right. One look through the windows. Nobody's saying anything. Let's just go up and see it and get
I
out
nod.
of here.
I nod and turn back towards the church.
Okay.
All right. We'll
I
be quiet.
sheepishly nod, but I'm not actually gonna look through any of the windows.
Okay.
Well,
So as you
stained
guys
glass, so
kind
good
of
luck.
creep up on the church, you notice that most of the windows are pretty heavily boarded over, with just like little spots here and there with like light kind of shifting through. But along the sides where the windows are a little taller, they've been a little bit more Spartan with the wood. So
Right.
If Bert or or Kip gives a boost to one of the girls, or if Bert gives a boost to Kip, you guys could easily see inside.
Right.
I'll lift you up, Kip.
All right. I want to take a look.
Okay. So Kip, as you kind of like get up there and kind of look through the windows, you can see that it does indeed look a lot like a church service. There's, rows of pews, but all the people sitting in the pews are wearing like black robes with like hoods. And they're all kind of chanting this sort of weird, it's not a
Guys.
language you've ever heard before.
Guys, you got to see this.
And at the front where a preacher would be, there is like what looks kind of like almost like a nest like structure made of like kind of woods, like trees, branches, and vines that have all kind of been woven together. And kind of sitting in it, just kind of lounging, is the man in black, the sort of Quaker dude. He's just kind of like kicking back with kind of his legs kind of draped over the side, just kind of like almost like he's reveling in the music. His
Guys,
head's kind of lolled back and he's just kind of
It's him.
moving.
What?
it's
Him
the
who?
guy that tried to eat Cindy.
Reptile dude?
There's a whole bunch of them here.
Then why are we here?
Tina, the one voice of reason.
Hey,
get the
pass
fuck
me the
outta here.
camera. Pass me the camera.
Okay.
All right.
Passing the camera, knowing it's a bad idea.
I'm gonna try to get a picture.
Hey, you should remove the flash before you.
So yeah, as you squeeze the trigger and the flash goes off, the music immediately stops.
Oh
Like,
shit!
just
Shit!
In unison, every one of them stops.
Let's get out of here! Let's get out
I
of here!
am lowering him down immediately.
Time to book it.
I hang on to the picture and toss the camera back to Rachel.
All right. And your plan is to, I assume, run like hell?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Everybody, please
very
make a flight roll for me.
Oh, good, because I love rolling a d4 when we already can't roll.
Hey, I have a D12.
Oh,
You get higher than a 1.
I found the gopher hole.
Shoot, I rolled fight instead of flight.
Okay, so just re-roll.
You just
Yeah,
take the
roll.
first
Yeah.
one or whatever.
Yeah.
I roll a 2.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
roll the wrong
11.
one.
I like that.
Reroll.
There we go.
can't actually manage to do better than a 1 or 2 in this game. So
I know you are certainly
Yeah,
struggling.
poor Tina is flying
So-
out here.
Yeah, it's like
Tina had a
it's
head
almost as
start.
though Tina was like in the 3-point stance, like ready for the gun to go off, because she is just like.
How come you can't run that way during PE, Tina?
There's nothing trying
Great
to eat
motivator.
then.
So, Rachel, you're pretty, you're pretty close on her heels. Bringing up the rear though is Bert.
Oh,
So you guys are kind of like weaving your way into the tall grass, kind of hoping that will help conceal you a little bit. Bert, you see a very disconcerting sight as you kind of throw a look back over your shoulder. The doors come open and these darkly robed figures just like come pouring out almost like Naruto run style. They're just like flying into the grass. Like,
octogenarians after us.
oh no.
Great.
So you've got some advantages with the high grass. Would you like to try different tactics? Because they seem to be moving a lot faster than you are, guys. Except for Tina. Tina's already at the car. We need ride.
I need to think.
Great, you don't know me.
So I'm gonna try to hide. Are we close to the tree line or are we still in the grass?
If you cut left or from your position, you could make it to the tree line pretty easy.
Okay.
If you keep heading straight kind of across the clearing, you've got a way to go. But if you go left and duck into the forest.
Yeah.
That's-
I'm gonna yell scatter and take a sharp left at a diagonal to get to the trees.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually duck down in the grass and then try to crawl quickly in a different direction than I was running.
Okay. And Kip?
I'm gonna head for the trees. Yeah.
Okay.
I will eventually head toward trees, by the way, yes.
So everybody go ahead and give me flight, and we'll give you a +3 for being in the tall grass.
Am I also rolling again, or just
No,
everyone
you don't
else?
need to. You're gone.
Okay.
I
got a
would like
seven.
to try to use the trees around the clearing the car was in to try to make it look like we went a bunch of different directions.
Okay.
To try
So
to
you're gonna
set-
like
set that
scatter
up.
like break branches and stuff like that
Yeah.
to make it okay. Okay, so go ahead and roll brains for me.
I could totally do that. Hopefully better than I have been.
Oh, do they explode?
Yes,
Yeah.
they do explode.
Oh, that's why I got a 4 + 1 + 3. I still rolled a 1, but it was after a 4, so now I got an 8.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's cool.
I got
These are the
11.
type of rolls that I should be getting.
So yeah, you guys managed to kind of make the tree line and kind of intersperse yourselves into the woods well enough that like your pursuers seem to not be able to track you down. They kind of hit the tree line and you can hear them running around, and every once in a while you have to kind of like stop and drop to your belly and hide underneath a log or something. But after about an hour, it seems like they kind of give up and kind
We
of
hear them
retreat.
say anything as they're like looking for us.
That's the weirdest thing. They don't seem to talk at all.
Oh,
Like
that's-
they just kind of move, and like, they seem to like look at one another and then go in different directions. And
do they grunt or make any kind of noises?
no, they're just, it's super creepy.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's great. Thanks for that image. Appreciate that.
Do they actually can you hear their feet hitting the ground at least?
Yes, you can hear them
Okay.
moving.
And
Which
they,
is like-
they seem to
Well,
they
thank God for feet.
bipedal and have like weight and stuff, right?
Yes. They do move like normal people. They
Kind of
just
scared
don't
they were
talk.
Naga.
That's what
Or,
I'm getting to.
but they're faster than like or they're kind of on the high end of normal people as far as quick
From a
movement.
kid's perspective, it definitely seems that way.
They've been huffing incense for like an hour.
So you guys do manage after a couple of hours to kind of find your way back to your original campsite. Tina's
Yeah.
been like eating marshmallows, like stress eating.
I can see that.
She doesn't
super
know if you
easily.
guys are dead or not.
As the first one of us appears back at camp, Tina's like, the moment she hears a sound, she crawls in her tent real quick. You see the back of her feet.
Yeah.
She pops
finally
out
Kip
with
enters the
marshmallows in her
clearing.
mouth. Oh, it's you.
Because it would make sense that Kip would be the first one, since orienteering is one of his badges.
Yeah, I would be the last one then.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? What the hell was that?
Don't ask me. I didn't see it.
So a whole
Let's
bunch
go
of
look
that.
in the church, he said. It'll
Yeah.
be fun, he said.
Well, now we know. Now we know. Those guys have got to be the ones taking the kids.
I
They're
thought you said
eating the
somebody
kids.
eating it, kid.
To have a buffet in the woods.
That's great. Can we go
They
home now?
probably don't bother bringing them all the way back to the woods, do they?
I told you it was Satanist. We should call Sally.
Nobody's going to believe us.
Sally will.
Who's Sally?
Sally Jesse Raphael.
Huh.
Oh, Jesus.
She'll believe anything.
The last time I stayed home from school, I was watching one of her specials, and I'm telling you, these Satanists are everywhere.
My mom won't even let the TV be on that channel.
I don't think they're Satanists.
I think they're Satanists. Why else would they be eating kids?
How could they be eating kids? They can't be eating kids.
Well,
Maybe some the other thing.
will you make up your mind? Either we saw that guy eating that little girl or not.
All right. We saw the guy eating the little girl, but he wasn't really a guy, was he? Because his mouth was way bigger than a normal guy.
No, he was a Satanist. That's how they get their powers, from Satan.
There's no such thing as powers.
Yeah, well, it looked like Ray was trying to eat something out of Mrs. Pedestrian's mouth.
Yeah, why you gotta be gross like that, Bert?
I don't think it matters right now, Bert. Punch him in the arm.
I am all sweaty, by the way. I am just covered in sweat after all that running.
Bert, you smell like a skunk.
Hiding the marshmallows from
Gross.
everyone else.
They're just like tucked in the bottom of your sleeping bag.
Yeah.
We may not be safe here anyway, guys. They could still be looking for us.
Yeah, we should go home.
We could go back to my house. I don't think my dad's there.
Guys, if I come back tonight, they'll make me go to church in the morning.
Let's go back to my house.
Anywhere but here is good with me.
My dad said he was going to town. When he does that, he doesn't usually come home for a couple of days.
Your home life scares me.
Yeah, well, at least I don't have a mom who cooks for me or cleans for me or.
And as you're finishing up that conversation, Bert's tent is rolled up already.
And Rachel looks like she almost might cry, and instead punches Tina in the arm and starts gathering up her stuff.
Oh, okay, you can have the marshmallows.
Besides, I could use a shower.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. You're gross. Have you even showered in the last 3 days?
There's gotta be
I
some way
need
to
to
get-
until today. Back off.
There's got to be some way to get the sheriff to check out the church.
Do you still have the picture?
Good luck. Brad, do you have the picture?
Check out the picture.
Not that one.
So you pull the Polaroid out of your pocket, and it's really kind of funky because everything else in the picture is in focus except for the guy that you were trying to take a picture of. It's just kind of this almost like a void in the photo, like it's real hazy and black.
Great.
Are you serious, Kip? You've never seen that church before?
You can see like the legs sticking, kind of out of the void, but like the main person isn't really in. There's nothing there.
No one has. I say handing her the picture.
Well, how do you know it's no one? I mean, maybe you just haven't come across it before.
Don't you think somebody would have said something?
About a church?
Where people who eat people have
Well,
church?
I'm
not
pretty sure they
saying
don't
that-
advertise
I'm
that
just
on the
saying
bulletin
that-
board.
I'm just saying that in all your times in this woods, you've never seen that church before, right? I mean, don't you think that?
Right.
So
I-
how are we going to get the sheriff to check it out? A church that doesn't exist, full of people that.
Do I
No.
think I know where it is from here?
Yeah, you think you could probably, once you kind of sit down, you whip your map out of your pack, kind of take out your compass and stuff, and start kind of doing your whole orienteering
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, you're pretty sure you've kind of pinpointed it. It is just a spot you've never explored, in your time out here. You've been meaning to you've been mapping the fire trails, making sure that they're up to date, part of something you're planning for your Eagle Scout badge. But you haven't actually made it to that part of it. It's in one of the quadrants that you've yet to search or explore.
Okay. I don't know what else to do. Guys,
Let's
we can't stop now.
Yeah, but you said it yourself, you don't think we're safe here. Let's go
No.
back to my
Stopping us
house.
from stopping now?
Let's go back to my house and get some sleep, and we'll figure it out in the morning.
It's
Yeah.
be better to check this place out in daylight.
Yeah, our bikes are only 5 miles away, and it's just another couple hours to get home.
I kind of nod. Right. I can't go home though.
Yeah.
No, we'll go to the trailer.
Oh. Okay, so as the we got to take a quick commercial break for a bio break for all of our players and for the game master himself. And when we come back, we'll pick up at Rachel's trailer.
All right.
Bum, bum, bum. Don't turn off your cams.
No, turn off the camera.
Turn it
Eight.
I'm going to mute and I will return briefly.
That's fine.
Ditto.
Well, we got quite a few people on Twitch, even a few that I don't see talking, and a few of our standard friends I see talking. Becky and Tad and Carolyn.
See Becky on there?
Yeah. I see Breakman Z in the user list.
Cool. Okay, yeah, I see on the chat. I see.
Oh.
Yurik shot. That's I see Tad.
Yep.
Kindermage.
She was there. She'll be back. She's in the chat.
Cool.
Oh.
Hope you guys are enjoying it so far. Purple Dragon Fairy. Hey! Awesome. Awesome.
Arkansas is about to get soaked, aren't you?
Yeah, are you guys dealing with some inclement weather? Always got to wait for the
Right.
the delay here. Not yet. We'll see. Okay.
Well, I thought about you.
Hope it's nothing too serious.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, once it hits land, it should slow down quite a bit.
Okay.
And at least it's traveling upstream instead of downstream.
Oh, well, cool. I'm gonna step away for a second here.
Cool. Yeah, we should be getting rain this weekend. I would not be surprised. Wow. All kinds of weather. Yeah, I was just looking at the map. It looks like that's the actual low pressure zone's already passed through Arkansas. Unless my map's wrong, which is possible because Apple bought my my old weather map that I really liked, and I had to find a new weather map. On the other hand, if you have an iPhone, I really like dark sky. I hope you enjoy it.
Okay. And we're back. So the camera kind of fades in from black as we see the our weary young adventurers pushing their bikes up to Rachel's house or trailer. It's dark on the inside. Doesn't seem to be any signs of life. The trailer park itself is fairly dead. In the background, you can hear what sounds like a domestic dispute going on down the road, but it's nothing too serious. Just a lot of screaming. Some lady yelling at Roy to put his pants on and that kind of thing.
Which Rachel assures us is perfectly normal for a Saturday night.
Well, that's just Roy.
Not Ray, right?
No, Roy.
Right. Okay.
A little gun shy there, Kip.
A little bit.
So why don't you, Rachel, explain kind of what they see when they get inside? Have you ever brought any of your friends to your trailer before?
I try not to, but also we kind of probably have started favoring it lately because of the lack of adult supervision.
Gotcha.
So you might have been in here before. It's small and very dusty. There's a pile of bills on the table next to the door. Most of them have final notice stamped on them or unpaid or something like that.
This is a horror game.
The kitchen is immediately to your left as you walk in. It is full. It has a sink full of dirty dishes, mostly cereal bowls. And there's some food in there. Rachel tries to every now and then like cook something or keep something clean. There's an old worn out couch and a well-used TV with a VCR and a stack of recorded at home sort of movies and TV shows next to it. Big rabbit ears on the TV. And then down the hallway there's two bedrooms, a smaller one and a larger one. There's one lone picture of Rachel's mom on the table next to the doorway, and it's covered in dust. And yeah, that's it. And when we walk in tonight, it is quiet and empty.
I go straight to the television and then I look over and go, Rachel, where's your cable box?
Have cable. Yeah, you can get like 3 channels. Hey, there's some movies there. I haven't watched them yet. You might look through those.
I go sit at like somewhere. Look for a place to sit.
Yeah,
Dude, I called that into the couch.
There's an old well-used couch and a lazy boy at one end.
Guess I'll sit on the couch.
Bert, as you're kind of flipping through the movies, there's the one on the top is labeled Alien.
Wait.
What? Alien? Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
How do you open up this VCR?
It,
There's no slot in the front.
just the button just and
Oh God! Why is the top opening up? Why is the top opening?
Oh, you are the most useless.
The odor's a little strong close to Bert right now.
Bert, go take a shower.
Okay.
I'm gonna go sit on the lazy boy and read a book.
I
wonder
can't
how to
believe-
take a shower.
I can't believe we had to come back here.
Well, you know, you could have gone to your house.
Could have gone to you.
Yeah, well,
I'm very happy to be here.
You're the one who said we weren't safe in the woods, and I think that's right. I don't think we were safe in there.
Did you lock the door when we came in?
I look at the door that's practically off its hinges anyway, and I look at you, and I'm like,
I'll get up, walk over, and actually lock it, even though it obviously doesn't do any good.
Yeah, when you kind of push on it, it's kind of got that weakened internal state where it feels like a strong wind would literally cause it to buckle in the middle.
Yeah.
Tell me there's
Yeah,
not
but
a
just
hook,
seeing
hook
the
and
lock is
eye
gonna help me.
screwed into the doorway.
Just
Yeah.
inappropriate, Rachel. It's just an eye hook.
can I get you guys something to drink or eat or? I think I've got some Kool-Aid in the fridge.
In the bathroom, I yell out, "I'll take a yoo-hoo!"
I think I'm good. Turn page.
Look, I know it's not what you guys are used to, okay? Just deal.
It's okay. I have a book.
So you guys kind of get settled in,
Yeah.
kind of fall into a little bit of a routine.
Just spending my time being dejected.
And if nobody started the VCR, I do put aliens in when I get back out of the shower.
Well, so Bert, as you get out of the shower, in the kind of bathroom of the trailer, it's got those kind of louvered glass windows, where they're just kind of stacks of glass, that you kind of can slide open up and down with like a little mechanism. It's kind of kept propped open a little bit because, let the steam out so it doesn't, cause any mold or mildew to kind of gather up in there. So as you're kind of like, just kind of checking it out because it's kind of new to you, you haven't seen anything quite like it. Through the slats of the window, like the trailer kind of at the end of the trailer court is like this really beautifully immaculate sort of tended to garden and greenery. You see what looks like a wheelchair with like a really tiny person sitting in it, not like a little kid, but like a deflated adult.
I like that imagery, deflated.
And it's just like out there in like the driveway area where the car would be parked, and it's just this person just sitting in a wheelchair. Almost looks like they've been abandoned. Like someone wheeled them outside, put the lock on the chair, and walked away.
My mom does that with my sister sometimes.
God, that's terrible.
Oh my.
So I come out. I'm trying to decide how I come out of the shower. I mean, I could put my old sweaty clothes back on again.
No,
Right.
I think Rachel, in an attempt to be a decent hostess, would have like dug through some of her dad's clothes and picked a shirt and like a pair of sweats or something.
Put the sweats on. I'm not putting on a shirt at this point.
His like 3 nipple hairs are like, on full display as he struts through the living room. Because for some reason in prepubescent boys, that's the first place the hair grows is right around the nipple. I don't know. It's the weirdest damn thing.
Not on the chest between,
Nope.
on the actual
on
ring
the nipple.
around the nipple.
And they're like 12 feet long.
True story.
Where you come out and I'm like, oh God, I gave you a shirt.
It's hot.
Oh. I go in the bathroom and pick up the shirt and throw it at him.
Hey, who's that old lady down the street in the wheelchair?
Do I know who that is? I would assume that I do, but
Yes, that's her name is Ida Mae Plunkett. Her daughter or granddaughter, you're not really sure what old role she is because she's old as fuck. Ida Mae Plunkett's 107 years old. She's the oldest person in town. Like I said, you're not sure if the lady she lives with is her daughter or her granddaughter because she's like 70 or 80 years old herself. But she's always, very almost catatonic. She just kind of sits in her wheelchair, doesn't move, just kind of gets parked outside. And whenever asked about it, her daughter or granddaughter always says, "Oh, she just loves the sun and the smell of the outdoors."
Oh, yeah, that's Ida May. She's still out
Middle of the night.
there? Yeah, well,
Yeah, we need to get her in.
What?
trust me, she doesn't know the difference.
That's not cool.
She
Like,
just
be like
sits out
100,
there all the time.
Not
107 years
cool at
old.
all. There is no excuse to treat another human being that way.
Maybe she's not another human being.
Roll my
I
eyes.
can't hear you. La 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 la.
Why are you rolling your eyes, Kip? You're the one who saw what you saw. You're the one who keeps saying,
The
"Oh,
creepy snake dude was way
then
taller than she is.
I'm just saying that maybe it's a conspiracy with the old people. Maybe everyone's right."
La, la,
I
la.
just look at her. I got nothing.
Look, I mean, Kip, you keep telling us we're all crazy for seeing what we saw, and then you saw it yourself, and I
Yeah.
saw you. You were freaking terrified there.
Right. Crazy. We're still crazy. We're all crazy. That's what it is.
Are you saying I should not
We're
check on her?
all crazy. We can't all be crazy.
I mean, all I have to do is wheel her into her house.
No, don't do it. She's creepy and smells funny.
Don't you say that about me when I'm not listening?
Or,
You just recently
or-
showered. You should smell better.
I mean, you smell fine now, I guess. Maybe.
Does Rachel start to get a little bit red at that?
Ooh.
If you're gonna go out there, then put your shirt on. And I sit
I'm
down
kinda-
on the couch.
I'm
and
finally
I
kind of
pout.
cracking up a little, Bert.
And I sit down on the couch and pout and put on Alien.
Okay.
Fine. I put on the Starsky and Hutch shirt you gave me.
Do you mean a shirt that looks like something they would wear, or one that actually has the Starsky and Hutch logo on the front?
Brown shirt that has the big Starsky and Hutch logo on the front and a hole right
Right.
underneath.
Right.
And yeah.
Good call.
Good call.
I'm snickering at all of this from behind my book, trying to not look like I'm paying attention.
So then we're going to watch a perfectly normal, fun, calm movie.
So, Bert, were you going to sit down and watch the movie, or were you going to go check on Miss Ida
I
May?
really want to check on her, but I really don't want to go out alone. I really want to
Got
watch
it.
Aliens. We don't have HBO. I didn't get to see it.
Oh, Rachel's it. They did 1, 2, 3, not it.
I ain't going out there. Y'all are crazy.
I shrug a Bert. I'll hold your hand.
Yeah, you all think we're crazy anyway, Kip. Why don't you go out there and see Miss Ida May? Ida Bell.
I'll go, but I don't want to go out there alone. And no, I don't need you hold my hand, Kip.
I wasn't really going to hold your hand. I get up to follow him out.
Okay. You open the door, Bert, and like the minute the door kind of swings open, you just see the wheelchair is there, but there's no lady in it.
I'm standing in the door behind him because he stopped.
Either the problem is solved, or she's hunting for food.
I'm sorry I said that in the chat. Oh, I didn't want to say it out loud, so when you talked about her being 107 years old person in town, it's like I thought you were going to say she's 107 years old and still hunts her own food. I didn't literally think of it like this. What? All I see is a wheelchair.
Well, I swear I saw a little person in there, and now there's not a person in there,
Tina?
which means she got out.
Is you're kind of like, you kind of, they're sitting over by the door chittering, so you kind of put your book down because it's very distracting. And plus, they're queuing up Alien, and you're kind of, while you're scared, you're kind of still, that kind of peeking between your fingers sort of thing. You see at the end of the hall this old woman just standing like in the bedroom of Rachel's house, kind of looking at you with like these kind of hollow eyes, and she's got this really wide grin on her face.
Oh God, she's gonna kill me! I run to Rachel.
So yeah, no, she's not
not
out
even
there,
there.
silly. So we don't need to go out.
She's not even there. I turn around and look at the girls.
The movie isn't that scary, Tina. I don't know what you're talking about.
I take it
She's
Tina's
in
in
the
Rachel's
hall.
lap.
And pointing down the hallway.
I look toward the hallway.
There's nothing there.
What? There's nothing there.
She was there. She was in the bedroom. I'm staying over here.
Maybe this was the wrong movie to put on.
So Bert, as you
It has
go
nothing
to
to do with
close
the
the
movie.
door, you see Ida May is in her chair.
Oh. No, she's back in her chair, guys. Let's come on.
What?
God. I roll my eyes and
I'm
You have
looking
me
at the
like find a blanket
hallway.
and doing this number.
I'm looking at the hallway.
Uh-huh.
I'm kind of distracted enough. I'm not actually walking or looking outside.
I roll my eyes and head outside with Bert, I guess.
Okay.
Ugh.
Oh, go out to her. She's gonna
It's
eat.
fun. I'm gonna need your help getting her in there.
Lord, I'm glad we didn't watch Jaws.
Sigh and head out the door.
Oh,
Good
Tina's
job.
No,
alone.
can't all go
Tina
out
alone.
there.
What's Tina doing?
And once again, Tina's being left alone.
She's going to take the blanket that she found that probably has like holes and like moth chews all over it and take it out, still cover it up, and follow them.
Okay.
So
And
I
trying to
guess
look in
we
every
head down
direction.
the street towards is it Ida May? Ida May,
Ida
right?
May.
Yeah. Ida May.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, she's just kind of sitting in the chair with like her neck at that kind of awkward angle, not quite drooling, but just kind of staring like vacantly at the kind of ground, just kind of like motionless almost.
Does it look like she's asleep?
No, her eyes are open.
She's probably the spy for all of them. She's gonna eat us.
Ida May?
No, she's
Ida
not. There's
May?
4 of us.
She doesn't really seem to notice you're there. She's
Are
just
you
kinda-
supposed to be inside? It's like 2:00 in the morning.
How about let's go
3.
inside and she can be out here where she's catatonic.
This is what
Well,
I
that's just mean. Let's just go knock up on the trailer door. I'm sure her caretaker's here somewhere.
Sure. And I duck and turn into a little ball under the cover.
I look at Bert.
I'll go up to the trailer and knock on the door.
Okay. It takes you can after about 30 seconds or so, a light comes on at the back of the house, and you can hear a dog barking on the inside. And after a moment, the door opens, and it's her granddaughter, whatever she is, Mrs.
do I know
Plunkett.
Plunkett,
That's how you know her. She opens the door. Can I help you, dear?
Mrs. Plunkett, I hate to bug you, but I think your grandma is out here on the lawn. Should she be inside? It's awful late.
She kind of looks out and looks down. Oh, she kind of steps away from the door, comes back after a moment with slippers on and a little silk handkerchief tied around her hair. Thank you so much, dear.
It's okay. My friends can help her get inside if you want.
Oh, that would be so wonderful.
I turn and look at Kip and Bert and go, little raspberry.
I give her a wounded look and stupidly help her inside.
Well, you guys are kind of pushing her up the ramp. Tina, you feel like some hands kind of gently pry at your hood of blanket, and this very grandmotherly woman kind of stares at you from underneath. What are you hiding from, dear?
They're gonna get me.
Who's going to get you?
Oh, Mrs. Plunkett, don't worry.
Him.
We were just watching a scary movie.
Oh no. Would you like some warm milk, dear?
No.
How about a cookie?
Okay, maybe a cookie.
I have fresh Rice Krispie treats.
Wait, what?
We're going inside, right?
Yeah, because that's a bright idea.
I didn't say it was a good idea, but they have food, and there's 4 of us. We can take them.
We're gonna find out.
I whisper to Kip as we head inside, look, either we're all actually crazy and this is fine and we'll get Rice Krispie treats, or we're not and we'll take them. It'll be fine.
At least I
Gee,
have
way
a
to get Rice
at
Krispie
least I
treats,
ha- at least I have my flashlight.
She closes the door and proceeds to kind of bustle into the kitchen of the trailer. It's all that like bright kind of cherry wood that was all the craze in the 90s, and lots of green, green shag carpet in the living room. And she
Ooh.
kind of motions for all of you to sit down, and proceeds to make some hot cocoa and bring a tray with Rice Krispie treats on it.
Wow, this couch doesn't bow in the middle.
It's also covered in plastic.
Shut up, Bert.
Thank you, Mrs.
Plunkett, dear.
Plunkett, Mrs. Plunkett.
Now,
This is really good.
what are you children doing out so late?
Oh, we were just watching a movie at my house, and then we noticed is it your mom or your grandma?
My
Yeah.
grandmother, dear.
I saw her out in the wheelchair, and I thought that's not right for someone to leave someone in a wheelchair out all night.
Well,
I mean, it might rain.
Meemaw doesn't often find her faculties, but when she does, she has a tendency to wander a little.
Like into other people's houses and then smile creepily.
I'm sorry. She kind of
What?
looks taken aback by
Oh,
I'm
You know-
looking surprised too,
that.
'cause I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm looking at Tina.
no, Tina. I promise we won't watch any more Granny Zombie
Or
or
it was aliens. It wasn't even scary. It was just a big monster that breathed acid.
At that, Mrs. Plunkett gives a very disapproving look. Those movies don't seem like they're appropriate for children.
yeah. Well, it was just on, and we won't watch it anymore because it was way too scary. Only good fun family films for us from now on, right?
Young Rachel, why don't you come into the kitchen with me for a moment? I need to ask you something in private.
We gotta get going.
I insist, dear. Call it a tax for my wonderfully delicious Rice Krispie treats. I'll let you take the tray,
Really?
as long as you bring it back tomorrow.
Okay.
She kind of walks with you into the kitchen. I don't mean to pry, dear, but is your father at home?
Yeah, totally.
That's interesting because I haven't seen his truck.
He left it in town at the bar. He got a ride home.
That happened.
Make a
in the
charm
80s.
roll. Oh,
A big fat two.
her
I don't imagine she buys that.
her mouth turns into kind of a very tight line.
Your dad would drive that truck home if he was three
She
seats.
kind
to
of
the
walks
wind.
over to her little pantry area and opens it up and takes out a little plastic sack and starts to fill it with canned goods. She then hands it
Oh,
to you.
Mrs. Plunkett, you don't have to do that. We're okay.
This is not charity, dear. It's a favor. You can come by and trim my grass tomorrow.
Okay.
that
What
a
if I don't
euphemism?
want to? I mean, thanks. I appreciate it.
She just kind of gives you an icy stare at that. Now, I suggest you and your friends go and get some sleep, especially the little girl. She seems a tad off tonight.
Yeah, she's really weird. We're fine. Thanks.
Oh,
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
plus the movie just got good. They found a power suit.
off every night.
Bert's like walking around the living room.
Bert, come on, it's time to go.
So you return to the trailer, feast on Rice Krispie treats, and watch Aliens. Tina, do you think you'd fall asleep or?
Oh God, no.
Ever
So-
again?
Like the camera kind of pans across like Rachel, whose head is fallen onto Bert's shoulder as Bert's head's cocked back and he's snoring loudly, and Rachel's like asleep on his shoulder, and Kip's like on the floor unconscious, and there's Rachel like Indian style with the blanket wrapped around her,
Tina.
eyes wide,
Tina.
shaking.
That's awesome.
Okay, so the day, the next morning comes. Nobody's viciously attacked in the night.
Aw.
Although Sigourney Weaver certainly had a run for her money.
Yeah, it was super cool.
Yeah.
Wish I could be as cool as Ripley.
Dude, did you see that thing where that other thing with the mouth came out of the thing with the mouth?
No, right?
Sweet!
Tina's eyes are like dark circles.
What's the matter, Tina?
I didn't like the movie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we have some Sesame Street on the video machine too.
I don't think I saw that.
You and your dad watched Sesame Street?
No.
All right. All right. We need to check out the church.
You want to go?
Why?
Well, it's at least it's daylight, but they were fast.
All right.
We
But
could
if we're
always
gonna
get the
check out the
sheriff.
We're gonna check out the church. We're going armed this time. And I go and search my dad's toolbox for like anything we can use.
If we tell the sheriff we were camping out near the tracks and we found a creepy old church in the middle of nowhere, he's going to give us what for camping out by ourselves without an adult.
Well, and he's not gonna believe us any more than he did the first time.
But we have a
That's-
picture now.
Do you really think that's gonna help?
We have two pictures. We have a black picture and we have a fuzzy flesh tony picture.
And a picture of yeah. Fogged up.
I don't think we should show
Black.
either of those to the sheriff.
All right, you're right. You're right. I don't think he's gonna believe us no matter what. I think
Let's-
Why do we have to go back?
because
But
we
if we
gotta
find
do this on our own.
if we find some kind of proof though, if we find something that that the sheriff can't ignore,
Why
then
do
we'll know.
Why do we need his help anyway? It's not like he's gonna do anything other than maybe be a feast for them.
What are we gonna do? How are we
I
gonna
would
stop them?
rather them eat him than us.
Well, they'd be eating him for days. Let's be honest.
Exactly. Look at
I-
me, I'm barely a snack.
Got it. We'll lure the sheriff there, and while they're eating him, we'll kill them all.
With what? Your Uzi? Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know.
If you have an Uzi, that would help.
She doesn't have a.
I don't have one anymore.
So in the toolbox, you're able to find like a pipe wrench and a hammer.
We gotta take care of this ourselves, guys. Sheriff asshole won't help us at all.
He's been nothing but nice to me.
I'm sure he has.
You know, Tina, make a brains check for me.
I can totally do that. Make it.
You roll a 1 on a d20, but go ahead and try anyway.
Ooh,
Oh, nice.
Ha-ha.
15.
So it occurs to you that a much safer option might be to go to the library.
We should go to the library.
Maybe there's something in, like, maybe you'll find something in the books about the history of the town that might be revealing.
What do you want us to do? Go through old microfiche? Oh,
I hate the library.
Yes, but there might be something there that's helpful.
yeah,
It's not a
we'll
bad
die
idea,
to
though.
death of boredom, so that way the creatures can't eat us.
it's not a bad idea to do your research.
Well,
See, Kip thinks it's a good idea.
well, if Kip thinks it's a good idea.
I don't know if I said that, but
All right, let's go to the library, and then maybe while it's still light, we can go check out the church after that.
All right, but I can't check out any books because I lost a book and I still haven't paid for it.
They let you get a library card? The librarian just sneered at me and said I couldn't have one.
Checked out lots of
Yeah, that's because librarians are mean.
They are. I bet you one of the librarians is one of them. I bet you she eats people on the regular,
That would make sense.
right? All
The
right,
librarian likes me.
I
Y'all
bet
must
she
just be
does.
mean.
Just like the sheriff likes you.
so you really think you can find anything that'll help?
Well, we're not going to find it here, and I
A
don't want to
lot
go
of
back
kids
to the
have
church.
gone missing. If it's been happening for a while, there's going to be a lot of news articles to find.
Exactly.
And all you got to do is find the right card, and it'll point you to the other cards, and you find those cards, and they point you to other cards, and you find those cards, and you go look up the microfiche,
Hey,
and you have the
Bert,
librarian print out a copy of the microfiche. Oh, God,
Yeah,
research
thanks
takes
for that.
forever.
We all know how the library works. Let's go.
Wow.
So bikes thrown down on the lawn outside of the Ashmore Municipal Library.
yeah.
So anybody who feels the need to research can roll a brains.
Oh, I will try. This will
Yes.
be funny.
I got a 1.
10, nice.
Well,
And
10.
I
5.
accidentally hit the wrong button. Cancel. Brains.
And we cancel.
Hey, I like it.
Nice.
Dude, I found a cool book on mummies.
I'm being helpful.
I'm in the corner reading.
They're not mummies, Bert.
What are you reading, Rachel?
I'm reading a choose your own adventure book.
Oh, okay.
I loved those when I was little.
Okay, so the two brainiacs are, who know how to use the library, each with their own kind of specialties. Kind of go to town, just really kind of working through stuff. Your approach, Kip, is to kind of look at the forestry sort of industry and see if anything pops up there. And something really interesting that you notice about kind of the chronology of this town is that before you kind of became known for like the most child abductions per capita, you actually had the highest instances of lumberjack injuries or lumber related injuries, with like death tolls like pretty high, like lots of accidents, lots of injuries at the Creeks Mill. But for some reason, nobody ever really did anything about it.
Nothing.
There's just lots and lots and lots and lots of stories about injuries, deaths, people going missing, people getting lost, all kinds of stuff related to the mill.
Any sort of pattern or?
It just seems like quantity is what's high. It just seems like almost 2 or 3 a month were going missing or dead. and they would usually not find the whole bodies. It would just be like parts,
Lumber's a hard business. Those
like
axes and
a hand
chainsaws are
or a foot,
difficult.
if they found anything at all.
Okay.
Those wood splitters at the mill are relentless once they get going. They can't
And
stop them.
Tina, for your part, while you're kind of looking through kind of the history of the town, it seems like the elderly have always been a big part of this. It seems like there have always been like a lot of old people, and people just seem to get old and stay old, and just kind of keep getting older. The town's founders actually lived to be, up until recently, the oldest person. He was like 116 years old when he died. And something really kind of like, go ahead and make a brains roll for me.
Brains.
Back over here.
So like as you're kind of flipping through like some of the old newspapers, kind of flying through the microfiche, something kind of catches your eye about like kind of the town's inauguration. A name of one of the town founders, Plunkett, and he's accompanied in the photo by his daughter, Ida May.
I knew they were associated with it.
And you see this little girl who, like, when you kind of squint, you can kind of see her as a really, 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 really old woman.
Okay.
And about the time you're kind of like coming together to kind of inform your kind of colleagues about what you found, you're all kind of gathered at a table with all your kind of bits and bobs. Suddenly there's these hands slam down on the table, and you guys look up to see the wild eye of Wally Kraut. What do you think you're doing? They're everywhere. They're watching you right now.
Your eyes?
You're giving yourself away.
What are you
And his
talking
loud
about, Lee?
voice, like one of the librarians, starts to come your direction. And he kind of looks up at her and kind of like, and just kind of like lopes off.
How old is the librarian?
She's like probably in her 70s.
Okay.
With Wally's departure, she seems to stop in her tracks and kind of gives you guys a disapproving look before heading back to the circulation desk.
What? We didn't do
And
it.
I say loudly, what a weirdo. I can't believe he came up to us. Did you hear what he said?
He's crazy. He really is crazy, remember?
I don't.
We're kind of crazy too now.
You keep saying that word.
It doesn't mean we all speak the same language, Bert. Crazy isn't a language.
Well, I can tell you guys the Plunketts are involved. We can't do anything with them anymore. They've been with this town the whole time. It's
That's
crazy.
ridiculous. If they're important, why are they living in a why are they living there?
To save money?
And if crazy guy's right, I mean, if they're watching us, we're all screwed. We need to go somewhere else.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So Ida May was the daughter of one of the founders of the town?
Yes,
How long ago was that?
forever.
Well, and who were the other founders?
Did I get that information?
Yes.
Okay. So I would tell you any information that I would have had.
Luther Haywood, who is actually credited as being the person that the lumberjack, Larry the Lumberjack, was modeled after.
Mm-hmm.
And Jarl McClarick.
Well,
He was the
Jarl.
he was a pastor.
where was his church?
That's the thing. It's nobody really recalls where his church was.
Is there pictures of Jarl?
Yeah, he's a tall man, wears a black hat.
Is it similar to the hat of the creepo that we saw
Kind
you?
of, yeah, it's kind of similar. He doesn't look all old and emaciated, but
And how long ago is this picture?
that's from about 1870.
That's not possible.
Dude, that's
Yeah,
like
wait,
before
and
Yet it's
1960.
right here.
A lot of things aren't possible that we've seen in the past couple of weeks.
All right. So you think this guy's an alien or something?
No, okay. So if Ida May has a link to the town's founders, and Tina saw her in my trailer, like smiling and shit, and
That's not possible.
But yet it happened.
you
I
know,
saw it.
it's not possible for an old guy to be eating a little girl like a fucking snake either, and yet that's where we're at.
Watch
wasn't
your damn
possible.
language. Keep your voice down. Something.
It wasn't possible to be in a church in the middle of nowhere and have old people chasing after us. But that happened too. So a lot of things aren't possible that are happening.
All right.
Bert, as you kind of look around, you're noticing there's like 4 or 5 kind of elderly people, like kind of positioned all around the room that are kind of like watching you guys with interest.
I'm saying that
Hey
maybe,
guys,
yeah.
What?
I have a friend who has an Atari 2600, and we should go over to his house and play games now.
What?
Uh
I think we have more important things to do, Bert.
no, Kip.
Not more important than Pac-Man.
I totally heard he has Pac-Man. We should go, Kip.
Okay, we're
look-
going.
I look at Tina. All right. Fine. Let's go. Fine. That's fine.
I think we figured out what we can figure out here, and we should continue elsewhere.
Where's the picture? Is that in a book or a newspaper or what?
It was on Microfiche.
Microfiche.
Means if we print it out, we have to get help from the old people.
Was there any book about the town's founders or anything?
Yeah, but it doesn't have photos, but there's like a kind of a history of Ashmore.
Hey, somebody should check this out, and we should go.
Fine.
I don't want my name associated with anything. Kip, you should totally do it.
Well, I
Got
don't
it.
even have a library card, so
I'll check out the book.
Okay. So as the librarian's stamping the book, she's like, doing some light reading, are we?
Just some research, summer project.
Studious young boy.
I can't believe they gave us homework over the
We try.
summer. It's summer.
You get a
Rude.
candy. She reaches into it, like pulls up a little bowl and takes the lid off and offers you a piece of candy.
Oh God, the little hard candies.
It's the hard candies where they're all like stuck together as one large lump of candy.
Oh, thanks. I just gotta take one.
It takes some prying and it finally kind of shatters off into crumbs in your hand, but you've got a mostly whole piece of candy.
Which I will put in a pocket.
Lint covered candy.
lint candy.
So as you guys leave the library, you guys immediately can see Wally is just across the street from the library, just kind of pacing back and forth like he's been waiting for you guys.
I'll go over to him.
Not here. My house.
Are you Rachel?
He's like
Oh,
shoves a
Rachel.
piece of paper into your hand and just like kind of hurries off, walking in a direction like
Let's head the other direction and then look at the paper.
Okay. I walk down the street as I kind of unroll the paper and take a look at it.
yeah, it's just got this kind of very like erratic handwriting that goes from small to big to back to small with his address. It's a few blocks down the road.
Okay, guys. And I kind of gather everyone around and I show them the piece of paper.
Well, let's go.
If they are watching us, should we all go together or should we all take different routes together?
We should
We've been-
stick together.
Wandering around together for the last 3 weeks. If we split up now, they're gonna think something's up.
They already think there's something up.
Something is up.
Kip, you notice an old man on the corner who is just kind of stopped and just staring at you guys.
I'm sorry, Twitch chat. I heard serpent men love mint candy, lint candy.
That lint candy. It's good eating.
The other line was Atari 2600 is the safe word.
Love it.
Yeah, let's stick together and let's just go there. Come on. And I get on my
All right.
bike and I start.
All right.
heading
I don't have a better idea.
Shocker.
Don't ride straight there. Go a few blocks around.
No.
Zigzag, serpentine.
So as you guys are kind of riding, trying to make your way towards Wally's house, you hear a familiar rev.
Yeah.
Oh,
And,
hell, I am looking every which direction.
Yeah, Ray's car comes around the end of the street. He stops and starts revving the engine.
All right, we've got the psychic powers. It's time to flip a car.
I just get on the sidewalk and start riding my bike and ignoring him.
Okay.
I'm following Rachel
Seen
because
his
she's
brother
the,
drive.
She's the brawn.
He would drive on the sidewalk.
He's not going to drive on the sidewalk. Don't worry.
Yeah.
He doesn't peel out. He just kind of starts slowly rolling down the road after you guys.
Go away, douche canoe.
Okay.
When he kind of gets closer, you see Kip that he's got about 4 of his friends in the car with him.
Oh, that's not good.
Kip, don't be such a wimp. It's fine.
Everybody, be ready to break off road.
All
All you have to do is say the
Dramatic.
word.
So
Looking-
dramatic.
Looking for the best exit between, like, areas too narrow for a car.
Sure.
A break
You're
between
kinda-
houses without a fence.
Exactly. You kind of come up to a spot where there's like a person who's got one of those really long driveways, but then it turns into like a gap between their garage and like the fence next door. It's only about maybe 2.5 feet where you guys could probably
We
thread the needle
know
with your
these
bikes.
neighborhoods. We know these neighborhoods so
Yeah.
well. Definitely.
Onward.
Does he do anything special?
Yeah. So when you guys like cut down that kind of driveway, they're like, "Get him!" And like you hear him hit the gas, and you know he's gonna fly around and try to get into the alley.
We're riding for dear life.
Yep,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why we're taking a turn in the alley and going the other way.
Make some fleas.
Flea.
Flee for your lives.
Not like the little insect flea, like a flea.
Flee,
Like
flee.
light
Now, please explode 8
Oh, no.
times. Nope.
Oh no.
No.
Well, at least we're
Oh.
in it together.
Well,
Me, I'm the fuck
yeah.
up.
Again,
Please,
what's
Tina, you little.
She's doing stunts down the road.
Okay, so we
Once
all
again.
got
Tina rode her bike up on the
except for
roof.
Tina, who got a 13. So Tina, every time it's time to book it, you are there, man.
She jumped up some
She's
barrels
ready
and
to
did some
run.
wheelie hops and hit onto the roof of the garage.
She like grinds
Wow.
down like a handrail.
Ridiculous.
So basically, you guys Tina comes flying out of the
Popcorn!
alley, and she's going with like so much speed that she kind of knocks over some trash cans at the end of it. So as Bert, who's right behind her, crashes into it,
Parkour.
then boom, boom, it's like a 3-bike pileup right there in the little alleyway. So like the car comes kind of screeching around the corner, hubcap goes flying off. And he comes roaring up right on top of you guys, slams on the brakes.
We are
Gets out.
running.
Hey, come back here! You're gonna make it worse.
Yeah, running.
Damn it. Ray, don't you have somebody's mom to be making out with?
Oh god.
Or somebody's dad.
I give up.
Oh man, the worst rolls ever. So
I'm spending this entire
Oh,
adventure being raised bitch.
Jeez.
I'm so sorry I invented this character, guys.
Are we roll fight again?
if you want to,
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, hold on. If you want to roll
Oh,
charm,
shit.
Bert, but
No, yeah, I said I was
I
running.
don't think that was charm. I guess. Well,
well,
actually,
you can try to be taunting him to kind of attract the attention to yourself.
Oh, okay. I'll do that.
Okay, so roll
That
charm.
definitely makes more sense.
Okay,
Jesus.
Well, that
on a
does
D20.
that does seem to get his attention. He does seem
Yeah,
to kind
right.
of turn his attention to you. Kip and Rachel are fleeing kind of half-heartedly when they recognize the fact that you're not with them. That you're kind of standing your ground to kind of like talk to to Ray. And he's kind of swaggering towards you, looking like he's gonna, he's just been waiting for somebody's ass to whoop. And that's when he gets like full body, like running back tackled. And Wally Kraut comes from between the houses and just literally picks him up and body slams him onto the ground.
Dude.
Nice.
Because Wally's a tree of a dude. And Ray
Nice.
just kind of lays there and he just kind of gives his friends this kind of one-eyed stare that they don't get out of the car.
It doesn't help much that every time you say Wally, I hear the little Wally. thing.
And he doesn't even say a word. He just kind of pats you on the shoulder and just kind of like starts picking up the bikes and kind of getting them aligned out.
Meanwhile,
Ray's
Tina's
laying
probably
there
like
like
3 blocks away.
like,
Thanks.
Wow,
just kinda
dude, you're
nods
pretty
at ya.
good people.
So my house.
That's where we were going.
Yeah, we're headed
Kind of
in
nod,
right-
grab my bike. Get the hell out of here. Try
Hey,
not to look
yeah.
at Ray.
Pretty cool for a crazy person, huh?
What's the matter, Ray? Old lady got your tongue?
Sick burn. So when you guys kind of roll up to Wally's house, there's like ham radio antennas like all over the yard with like tinfoil wrapped in certain weird geometric patterns. Yeah, he's got like all kinds of weird like homemade electronics posted up with like extendable antennas everywhere. He takes his shoes off as he gets ready to enter the house. Leave your shoes out here. Chips are in the shoes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Drop the shoes.
When do we put on the tinfoil hats?
As you walk inside, he hands you a tinfoil hat.
I give Bert a thanks look.
As I take my shoes off, I make sure to pull my socks up really high because I don't want my feet touching any of this.
So inside it
Your
smells
feet
a
are
lot,
touching the crazy. You cannot
like,
help it.
like old food and cat
Socks
pee.
are touching the crazy.
He kind of leads you into his study, quote unquote. And there's a large cork board with all kinds of pictures tacked to it, strings and everywhere. It looks like a serial killer's murder board. He's like, so you've seen it too, huh?
What?
I mean, the creepy old people in the church doing the black mass to the
Shh, don't
guy
tell
who
him
tried
everything.
to swallow the girl.
He
He's
kind of
got a point.
Kind of get.
His-
I
his-
just sit there and watch him.
his wild eye kind of rolls around for a minute and then it focuses on you, Bert, and goes, yeah.
Oh my god!
That's a cool trick. I want to learn how to do that.
I elbow Bert.
Okay. So, what'd you find at the library? I've been afraid to go.
Um,
There's old people there.
Next on Coast to Coast AM. Man, I miss that show.
I'd say Tina's just sitting silent because she's not sure what to do.
Well, we think the old people might have something to do with the founders of the town.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We got this book. Hey, Kip, show him the book.
Well-
I pull out the book.
He kind of greedily grabs it from your hands and slaps it
Tina
down
was
on the
also
table.
saying that before the kids started getting abducted, there was a lot of injuries. And weren't you hurt by a tree falling on your head or something?
That's where I saw him first. At the mill.
The old people?
No. You know, the man, the swallower. Yeah, the swallower.
Swallower.
We got to come up with a better name.
Is it the only one of them?
What did he look like?
Is he the only one?
This is the only one I've seen. Old man. Black suit.
They had a lot
Big
of
hat.
people in the church service with him. Unless Kip made that. No, a lot of people chased us. I'm sure
There's
Kip would come
lackeys.
through.
There's lackeys, tell you.
So they don't swallow people.
He's the only one I've seen swallow people.
Well, what do the lackeys do?
Apparently
do?
worship him.
Yeah, what do
People
they
for him
do?
to swallow.
Well, wait a
What
minute.
do
wait
they
a minute.
get out of it?
What's your plan?
Or they. Well, there was
Plan?
that thing
Destroy it.
where the lady in the trailer park was looking like she was eating people too.
Lady in the trailer park was eating people.
The old people. Well, she was in. I saw her in her wheelchair, and Tina swears she saw her with that same grin that the old guy has.
Who's Tina?
Ida Bell. This one.
The quiet one, the one hiding under your blanket. Tina.
What'd you see? Tell me everything. I need to know.
Got a picture, kinda.
Well, while
Put a
he's
photo.
talking, I'm looking around at like
Oh,
the
he looks at it.
jersey board and stuff. I'm
Yeah.
kind of wandering around looking.
It's kind of gobbledygook, but it does seem like he's hit on a few of the same kind of things that you have. He's got lots of newspaper articles about like injuries and deaths at the mill. And then he's got lots and lots and lots of like literally like almost a ream of missing children's posters that are kind of like stapled one on top of the other, you know, of all the different kids. They're actually in chronological order. But yeah, there's
Can I
lots
like,
and lots of kids.
commonality between all the kids.
Wow, Wally.
It just seems like they kind of seem to be on the younger side, typically between about 5 to 7. Seems to be kind of where the majority of them kind of fit.
The easy to swallow range.
And is there
Sort
any?
of-
You
these
said
are
it
too
was
old for that.
chronological. Is there any like? Is there any rhyme or reason to when they disappeared? Like every so often, or every so many days, or?
It just kind of seems like it's been escalating recently. Like since the mill has closed, it started like relatively, you know, and then it just kind of starts to ramp up. The kind of closer you get to summer, it seems like things start to kind of pick up.
Okay.
Wow, Wally. Are there multiple people here working with you? These notes have like 18 different types of handwriting.
He's kind of like his lazy eye or crazy eye kind of looks at you, and he's looking the complete opposite direction.
Like a
You-
chameleon.
You feel menace in that eye.
Nice.
Oh, so just you. Got it.
We have to stop it. Gotta destroy it.
How are we going to destroy it?
Kill it where it lives. It's weak where it lives.
We're just 4 kids and 1 crazy guy.
Are you sure that
That's a
there's only one of them? Because that old lady was creepy as shit.
No.
Yeah.
See, the church. I went in the day. I took the book. Took the book. He starts kind of dancing around. I took the book. Took the book. The
Can
book.
we see? Can we
Look,
see
look,
the
look.
book?
He like goes over to this chest and flips it open and starts throwing like, you know, all kinds of like manuscripts and newspapers kind of go flying everywhere. And he pulls out this kind of like looks like a stained grease cloth and kind of slaps it down on the table and opens it up. And inside there it's a Bible. I got the book. I took the book.
Can we
Yeah.
see the book?
There's like 100 of those in the church.
Yeah, he slides the book across to you,
Bert.
and he starts
Hey.
looking through the book that you guys brought from the library.
Hey, Tina, you're the smart one. You want to?
Oh, sure. Drag me into this.
Tina's like, I don't want to lose my soul.
Hey, I don't even know they do Sunday school anymore. So
I'd say I
Kip, you
very
watching horror?
carefully thumb at the Bible.
Kip, you watching horror as Wally starts tearing pages out of the book from the library and adding them to the wall.
Tina's signed
now.
for that. Maybe they won't notice.
So you're kind of thumbing through the book.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Bible, but it's in Latin, for one thing.
Okay.
And it has lots and lots and lots of notes in the margins. Like
Are
someone's
the
written.
notes also in Latin?
They're not in a script you recognize.
Okay.
huh.
And it just kind of encircles like all of the different pages. But as you're kind of leafing through it, things start to kind of become sort of familiar. You're catching things that maybe might have some significance, and then you're kind of remembering the picture of the town founding,
Hmm.
and you're seeing certain like artifacts or items that are kind of sketched out in the book that were also present in the kind of town founding. One was like looks like a hatchet that was being held by like one of the mill owners, the mill owner. Let me see. I'm sorry, I gotta grab his name again. Luther Haywood, the guy that was that the Larry the lumberjack was kind of modeled after. He's like got that hatchet, and then there's a like kind of a large sort of ornate cross that Jarl is holding, and Mr. Plunkett, for his part, he's got what appears to be like a kind of like a key, like almost like a town sort of key, the key to the city, so to speak.
Hmm.
That's kind of like what he's got kind of like there, and there's kind of a running theme throughout the book that even though the script doesn't make sense, those items are showing up, drawn to the point where there's no mistaking that that's what they're referencing, these same sorts of things.
So I will go ahead and mention there's a hatchet, a cross, and a key. Do these mean anything to anybody?
Do they?
Why? What are we supposed to do? Collect them and throw them in a fire somewhere?
Oh God, if I know.
Yes.
Then say
he turns
some
around and
sort
points
of
at you.
weird ritual stuff from the last page in that book?
Bert grabs you by the shirt. Get out of my head, kid.
Like you out of my head.
He takes the foil hat roughly off your head. He
Great.
crumples it up, throws it in the corner.
Now the aliens are going to read my mind. Wonderful.
There aren't no aliens, kid.
Then explain the eye.
It looks at you of its own accord.
So Wally, do you know where any of these are?
I'm willing to bet the crossfire in the church. I didn't have time. Didn't have time.
So the cross is in the church. Are they all in the church?
I don't know. I got scared. I ain't go back.
Why would anybody keep a hatchet in the church?
There
Probably
is a
families have
like
them.
a lumber mill sort of historical building. The Out of the Woods Foundation kind of helps fund that. They have a back office that operates out of it, but it's kind of like all about the history of the town, and supposedly, the hatchet that belonged to Mr. Luther Haywood, one of the town founders, is stuck in a tree stump there.
Okay.
I remember. I had to write a report on it.
And what about the key?
Well,
All of you can make a brains roll for me.
I bet you that's going to be in City Hall.
Yeah, it was 7.
Nice.
Oh, that's my lowest brain
I
strike.
got a 7.
Heaven.
Oh my gosh, lucky number 7.
Yep. Depends on how
Oh,
lucky it is.
Tina failed with a 6.
So for Kip, Rachel, and Bert, you guys all like kind of are thinking about when you were sitting in Miss Plunkett's living room. There was like a kind of framed, sort of like ornate, kind of very fancy frame on top of her television entertainment center thing that had something that looked very similar to that.
And then we all go at the same time, Mrs. Plunkett's living room. And
Except
Tina's
for
like,
Tina,
what?
who's still like,
Why would? Oh yeah. Got it. Yeah, Klaatu Parada Nikto.
I basically said him.
We're getting to that part.
So, what do we do with these things? How do we get rid of it?
Well, I think we just agreed we were gathering them together, throwing them in a bonfire, and saying the words on the back page of whatever this book is.
Right.
Ritual. Do you know the ritual, Wally?
You speak Latin?
No. Why would I speak Latin? I'm 12.
I used to teach kids Latin.
In the 50s? Dude.
I teach kids these days.
Well, my dad made me go to the Catholics to Catholic church when I was a kid. I'm really no good at the Latin, but I don't know, maybe?
Have to. Yeah. You guys get the things. I'll meet you at the church.
The church?
The church.
Can we use any other church?
How are we gonna do it where he lives? So they would stop him.
Can we
That's
do it
the
in the middle of the
problem.
day?
He lives there.
I don't know that. You don't know that.
He had a nest.
Maybe
Yeah, but it makes sense that we'd have to do it there, right?
God,
Don't
maybe at
we
least we'll
usually have
burn
to
that nasty
Manage
nest.
bad things where they live?
All right. So how are we going to get the stuff?
Well, I have to go to Mrs. Plunkett's and mow her lawn anyway. Maybe I could get inside there and take the key.
You remember how to find it?
The key? Yeah, it's right above her TV. I remember it.
Just find an excuse to get her to go to the kitchen.
Yeah,
Seems easy enough.
yeah.
But I don't think that she should go alone. That seems like a great way to die.
On the
Well-
other hand, more of us together is probably going to seem suspicious.
Well, what if we split up? What if 2 of us go to get the key and 2 of us go to get the
The hatchet?
and then we meet at the church?
How are we supposed to get the hatchet out of the wood?
Oh, for the love of Pete, with these guns.
Okay, well, I can't even climb rope in gym, man. You have at it.
I'll go with Rachel.
Tina, you're with me.
I'll
Let's go to the
supervise.
museum. I think you have a pass.
Move to channel 6. Move to channel 6 if you need anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So
You said that in front of the CRAZY.
channel 6, got it.
Shit.
He goes over to like 7 ham radios and starts dialing in channel 6.
Awesome.
Wow.
Oh,
With the command
feedback!
post.
Click, click, click.
Okay, so Kip, Rachel, you guys show up at the trailer park.
So how do you want to do this?
Sorry.
Lint
I'll say
bribe
when we
Mrs.
get there.
Plunkett with lint candy. Sorry.
Well, we could tell them you're here to trim the grass.
Right? And then maybe you could stay inside and try to create some kind of a
See if
distraction.
see if she'll invite me in.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe ask her if you can do some like work around the house. Like tell her I don't know, you're always working on some badge or another, right?
I don't know if I want to poke around the house though.
Well, but it would get you in.
Right. Well, let's play it by ear.
Okay. So you guys come riding up and
Kip wants to play something by ear. I'm shocked.
Need to improvise.
Kip
Miss Ida
wants
May
to improvise?
is in her normal position at the foot of the driveway. But something's immediately off for you, Rachel, when her head goes. She smiles at you.
Hi, Mrs. Plunkett. I'm just here to trim the grass. I'm gonna be walking this way fast.
And her head kind of tracks you.
Oh, Jesus.
You might be gonna die.
I kind of grip my butterfly knife in my pocket really tightly as I walk past.
Kip, are you gonna wait with her, or are you going with Rachel?
I'm going to awkwardly stand there for a moment and then rush after Rachel.
So I'm gonna knock at the door.
Okay. The door, after a few seconds, opens up. Miss Plunkett stands behind the door. I was wondering when you were going to show up.
Yes, sorry, I had to go to the library this morning, but I'm here, ready to work.
Excellent. Mowers around back, tuna fish sandwiches for lunch.
Okay, all right, thank you. Oh, and I kind of look around. Kip, are you behind me?
Yeah.
Okay. This is my friend Kip from the other night.
Do you?
I remember.
You mind if I come in and wash my hands?
Certainly, dear. She opens the door.
And I'll go and get the mower, I guess.
Are you handy with tools, young man?
Yeah.
Good. She pulls out a toolbox and sets it on the counter. The sink needs fixing.
Sink?
Yes.
Okay.
You said you're handy with tools. I'm sure you'll figure something out. She goes into the living room and turns the TV on to soap operas. Days of Our Lives.
I grab the toolbox and carry it over towards the sink.
Okay. It's got a drip. Plunk,
Okay.
plunk.
Well, I examine it to determine what exactly is causing the drip.
Okay.
I mutter to myself, I don't remember my job here. Am I supposed to create a distraction?
We were gonna play it by ear. Kip.
I could make things worse. I'm looking at the sink, like I'm talking to it.
Yeah. It answers. Yeah, cool.
Ah!
Roy?
Or maybe she's going to create a distraction, then I could get the key. I look around over there and see if I can see the key.
Yeah, it's sitting on top of the entertainment center. Like ornate frame, black velvet backing.
No. Rachel needs to see if the lawnmower can run over item A.
So Rachel, you're outside. Go to the
Oh.
open up the shed, and it's a literal old-fashioned push mower.
Awesome.
No gas, no motor.
Great.
Wow.
Okay, so this yard is like immaculate.
Yes.
And it's got like flower beds and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Sweet. All right, well, I'm gonna take the mower and I'm gonna mow a few like normal swipes at the yard.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna buzz right through the fucking petunias. Just
Oh.
So yeah, like somewhere in the old lady's heart just feels a dagger plunge into it.
It's like, there's a disturbance
My
in the
flowers.
force.
And then after I do that, I'm gonna call out real sheepishly, Mrs. Plunkett!
I lost control of the mower.
You hear a kind of a shout from outside, inside Kip, and Mrs. Plunkett lets out a sigh, puts down her bowl of popcorn, and heads to the door and walks outside.
This is my chance.
Yes, indeed.
Grabbing us a key.
Okay. So you grab the key, the frame. It's behind glass.
Right.
You're gonna take time to try to get the key out of the frame, or just take the whole thing.
I'm gonna try to get it out of the frame.
Have
Okay.
a wrench.
Okay, so Rachel,
Yeah.
she comes outside and sees, and just with absolute horror, like collapses to her knees. What have
I
done?
I think maybe I shouldn't have. Did I do something wrong?
Shh. Perhaps it's best if you and your friend go now.
Well, no, Mrs. Plunkett, I can totally finish your yard. I'm real good at it.
Please leave.
I'm real good. I promise.
Please leave.
Maybe if you come out here and like we can figure out what to do together.
Dear, I would like for you to leave the mower where it is.
But
And I'm going to go have a lie down.
at least let me like try to fix the problem. I'm real good at it. I promise. I can do better. Maybe
Roll some charm.
this is not Rachel's strong suit.
We know.
It's okay.
Awesome. This is great. All right. I was trying to see if there was something I could do. But,
Yeah, I mean, if you can think of another thing you could use.
Oh.
well,
Oh.
okay. All right. I am gonna. Okay, if it looks like I'm not getting there, I am going to take the mower and keep mowing
Oh, you're just gonna start like.
in her garden so that hopefully she comes out and tries to stop me.
Yeah, she you can tell that she's just like not hearing you. And so she
Oh, trust
That's-
me, I got this.
okay, so give me some flight
Love it.
as she chases you around the yard as you butcher her poor garden.
You yakety sacks.
Okay, right.
Okay, I'll say you get 4 good passes in before she finally grabs you. And it's not like a light sort of like stop that deer kind of grab. It's like the kind of grab your dad gives you when he's drunk.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
the kind
Oh
of shake
my.
the shit out of you kind of like steely sort of hands. What do you think you're doing? She's like shaking your. Look what you've done to my lawn, you stupid, stupid girl.
I think it looks better this way.
So about this time, Kip, you come outside after having extracted the key. You can see this old woman shaking the ever-living monkey snot out of your friend.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go now. All right. Bye. I'm gonna jump on my bike.
Like lets go of you kind of very abruptly, almost like in a shove. You can see her
Let's go.
standing over her flowers, weeping.
I'm not wasting any time.
As you go to approach Rachel, Ida May's wheelchair kind of rolls in front of you.
Oh no.
Okay.
And she just kind of like blocks your path.
Okay, I'm gonna jump the railing.
And she
There's a
kind of looks
ramp,
at you,
right?
Rachel,
So-
again. Yeah. Her kind of head pops up and she kind of staring at you, Rachel.
All right, bye. Bye.
And she kind of slowly wheels to the end of the driveway. Watches you guys as you get on your bikes.
All right. We are getting the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Okay, so we cut across town to the Lumberjack Museum, the
Right back. Keep going.
Luther Haywood Lumberjack Museum. Out front, there is a tiny Larry the Lumberjack statuette that kind of stands in like kind of a memorial garden. It's kind of a like overdone, as it's kind of the only sort of like iconic sort of landmark that's in your small community. It's kind of like the world's largest ball of twine. You know, it's an attraction that people hit on their way to somewhere else. But for your town, it's a big dang deal. So because you're locals, there is no charge. They recognize you as locals, you know. Lady working behind the desk actually used to work with your mom, Bert, so she knows you by name. Hey, Bert.
Great. She's probably going to ask about my sister. She's doing
How's your sister?
fine.
I haven't
We're
seen
taking
her
care of her
lately.
the best we can. She's still going to that school. She's doing better.
Well, we hope your mom will bring her down again sometime soon. She just seems to light up whenever she comes in this place.
Yeah, anytime she's away from home.
She kind of looks at you kind of oddly at that statement. Are you just having a look around?
Well, I haven't been to the museum in a while, and I, remember
Who's your
there was some
girlfriend here?
cool. Ew. I mean, this is my friend Tina, and I told her they had one of the original axes from the founding of the town in this library, or in this museum.
That's right, we do. It was Mr. Hayworth's axes himself.
Yeah, the guy that they built that cut that tree to look like.
Yeah, Larry the Lumberjack.
Oh yeah, lumberjack.
She kind of gives you a grim look. Like, that's not appropriate, young man.
Well,
So you guys kind of wander into the museum,
yes.
and immediately hackles are up because the only people that are in here are like 60 plus.
Oh shit.
It's old people.
It reminds me of a scene from Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
It reminds me of a lot of things. It means we're gonna die.
Death is coming.
Some more than others.
So yeah, it doesn't take long wandering around. It's not a particularly large museum. Before you guys kind of come, and it's like in this kind of open air sort of section. You go through a set of double glass doors, and there's a large kind of tree stump that is not necessarily petrified, but it's very old wood, you can tell, and kind of wedged into it is it's a black handled axe. The wood is like a black sort of ash wood, or it's been stained, and it looks really nice and fancy.
Okay.
Is anyone else in the room with us?
There's a few kind of, they're not like right nearby. They're kind of looking at other things, reading plaques and stuff that are hanging up on the wall.
Yeah, but if I jump up on the stump and start going,
Yeah,
trying to pull the axe
might
off,
attract
I'm
some attention.
pretty sure I'll attract some attention.
I would like to look around and see if there's something that can easily be picked up and thrown across the room, potentially breaking something.
Over, man. Game over.
The funny thing is that in
Oh,
every museum you visit as a child, there's always that big bin of like random assorted rocks that you can fill a bag up and take home with you.
Oh my god, yes.
So yeah, you can fill there's probably like a pint-sized bag that you can fill with just random rocks.
Tina would fill it faster if she wasn't saying the name of each rock as she put it in there.
But Tina, I just have to tell you that Rachel has never been prouder of you than in this moment. You are destroying a museum.
Rachel is smiling and she doesn't know why right now.
Right.
So I'm going to get one of these bags and fill it as full as I can, and still like find a way to fasten it shut and chuck it to the most breakable thing on the other side of the room as possible.
Well, the beautiful thing about this museum is they decided to display everything on these beautiful curio shells made out of brass and glass.
Lovely, fantastic.
So as you lob your grenade of stone through the air, it smashes into a shelf and leads to like a cascade of knickknacks and curios bashing into the floor, creating an avalanche of just complete chaos. Old ladies scream, old men, holler out, "What the hell?"
Oh my god!
Okay, Bert, make me some brawn.
Okay. I guess I'm not defending somebody, so I can't do that.
Okay, before this, do you have any like of your abilities that would help?
Well, I'm not protecting somebody, so protective I don't think flies. I could start sweating like crazy and be gross and smelly.
That might attract more attention than it helps.
True.
But what is that? Does that give you any sort of bonus?
Well, the protective gave me a +3 if I spent my thing, but I didn't. It just says, well, the gross only says something that you can do. I can do it on command.
Right.
So I guess that's not going to help. It's not like I'm trying to slip out of handcuffs.
That's right.
And then I'm just clumsy. All right, let's. Jiminy Christmas, for the love of Pete. I rolled a 3 on a D12.
So yeah, you're straining, and you can feel it kind of give a little bit, but it's still pretty tightly wedged in there. Tina, were you gonna kind of like rush over to the Calamity and try to help keep people's attention there?
Actually, what I was gonna do was get some more rocks and chuck them on another area. Create as much of a distraction as possible. Everyone runs over here. I'm gonna get another rock grenade and chuck it in another area where people aren't looking.
In chat, Becky typed in Atari 2600, Atari 2600. The safe word.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead and do brains for me.
Is this going to be a stand-up fight or just another bug hunt?
7, okay. Yes, your second grenade, you're able to kind of position yourself in the room where people can't see you. And your next grenade goes land, and it just smashes into the front counter. The glass window where they display all the really fancy stuff just explodes, and people scream, and like something falls off the counter. The sunglass rack goes crashing to the floor. All right, Bert, give me another brawn.
Wow.
Oh, so you just like really start wrenching on it, and wiggling it back and forth, and kind of putting your whole body weight behind it, and it's wiggling. It's almost free. Tina, you kind of look out the window and you see Bert's doing his best, but he's really struggling to get this axe out.
Okay, so I want to look around the room using my prepared strength and see if there's anything that I can do to kind of like wedge under it and help out.
Okay. And that would give you an everyday object. Is that what that does, right? Correct? Yeah. Spend 2 adversity tokens and happen to have 1 commonplace item with you.
Yes.
So kind of as you're looking around, you see there's like a tool bag. Some one of the repairman must have been working on something.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a claw hammer that you see that you could like wedge up near the blade and really kind of help torque it.
Okay.
All right, so
I'm gonna do that.
okay, Tina comes running out and like slips a hammer underneath and kind of help provide like some leverage.
What the hell?
Roll brawn again, but this time with +3.
Oh, come on. Take it. Oh, not 36.
Come on,
Was that
man.
the roll?
Yeah, it was
That's
with the
plus
+3.
That's with +3. Jesus.
Yeah, I rolled a 2 on a
Okay.
D12 plus
We
a
I'm gonna
did
say-
not roll.
I'm gonna say it was close enough that with Tina's help, you're able to kind of pop the axe out. But it
Gee, I
doesn't come
pity its
without
face.
a little bit of a cost. At just the point as you get it de-wedgified, there's an old man who turns and looks out the window at both of you as you're like holding it triumphantly above your head, like
dun, 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 dun. Oh, shit.
mirroring, yeah. And you can see him turn and start shouting to the people inside.
We need to get the hell out of here.
Cue the Benny Hill music. Let's go.
Those darn kids.
All right,
Right.
hit some flight for me.
Tina's mom doesn't let her watch Benny Hill.
Probably for the best.
Okay.
No!
No, Bert
I got D4.
and Tina again. So Tina's
I
looking
should have
like
given her
she's
the axe.
gonna be able to get away. Are you gonna chuck her the axe?
You know, the irony
Does
is
that
this
sound
whole-
safe? Yes, I am.
This whole game started with Tina trying to run away and not doing a very good job of
I
it.
know.
And now she has aced every flight roll that she's made.
I know.
And
So, is
I-
there
I-
any way that I'd be able to like knock down the rock thing as I'm going by to try to slow them down?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Go ahead and
Okay.
make a fight
Fine.
fight check for me.
Okay.
Karma's gonna be so hurt.
Let's see. That is 5. That's not nearly as high of a dice, so let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Hmm.
So yeah,
5 on
you
a 6. It's
I'm
not
kind of
too-
like a running on you as you run by. You kind of swing the axe and kind of break open the bottom part of it, so some of the rocks kind of come cascading out, slowing them down a little bit. Giving Bert maybe enough time to catch up. Maybe if you can do better on your flight checks there, bud.
Yeah, let me roll a D4 and see what I can do.
Oh
You got
my
this.
gosh, you got it, buddy.
Oh,
No.
okay. Well, I rolled a 3, so that's 1 under max.
Okay. So yeah, hands are swiping at you, trying to grab a hold of you. They catch your shirt, Bert, but you're kind of able to kind of wriggle free.
Oh, yeah, I lose
Your
the
shirt
shirt.
is left behind. Nipple hair is flapping in the breeze.
I have a feeling me losing my shirt's going to be a thing that happens a lot in my future.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
May
not do
spread,
that.
may spread to other characters.
After I moved to New York and changed my name.
So as you guys rushed past the front, axe in hand, you can see the proprietress is dialing the phone, screaming into it. These kids are stealing from the museum.
These darn kids.
And you hop on your bikes and haul ass.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're going to the church. So we're right the fuck out of town.
Yeah.
So were you guys planning to meet at your campsite from the night before to kind of gather the troops?
Yeah, that sounds like a
Yeah,
good
that's-
idea.
It's probably a good
So,
idea.
yeah, everybody kind of gathers, and after a little bit, Wally comes on his 10 speed,
Yeah.
spiking up the trail.
Wish I had a 10 speed.
You got everything? I brought the book.
I'm gonna be in so much trouble when this is over.
And the salt.
What?
Brought assault.
Are we
Salt.
eating?
No. We're gonna have a salt circle.
Where's
you know
that
anything?
say that in the book?
Eat?
So let's go to the church. He kind of starts stalking off into the woods.
All right, at least that makes
Um,
sense.
I take out a
Alright.
piece of aluminum foil and fold it over my head.
Has anyone ever checked the book and made sure this is what we're supposed to be doing?
Aren't you the one that could read Latin?
I don't have any idea what it means.
I can
Well,
say the
there's
words.
nothing in here from the rosary.
I mean, does it look like I was a good student in Sunday school?
None of these are words that we use when we sit up, stand down, kneel.
So as you guys make it into approach the church, it seems all
Mhm.
quiet. There's no sign of hooded figures waiting for your approach. But it is
Well-
getting close to sundown.
Good, I suppose.
Yeah.
We should get this done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, probably.
I don't want to get eaten.
Okay.
I
I'm
don't.
gonna sneak up to the door and I'm gonna listen at it.
Okay.
'Cause I'm smart.
Hey, you're something.
As you listen, you don't hear anything.
Wait, I hear a door.
Another door?
I hear a door handle turning. Kip. We slowly open the door and go in.
It's kind of all quiet in there.
So much adversity.
It's got that same kind of smell from when you guys were down in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
All right.
I don't
You
like
can
it.
see the nest from where you're at.
But do we see the cross?
yeah. Do we
Not-
see
nothing-
cross?
It doesn't. Nothing's immediately apparent from when you walk inside the room.
It's got to be near his nest.
Spread out a little.
Right. Oh yeah. Let's
I-
go
I
find
don't want
the
to spread out.
Tina,
Stay in
Well-
sight of stay in sight of everyone.
Yeah, I'm
When the
gonna,
net drops, we don't all want to be under it.
I'm gonna stay in the sight of everyone else, but I'm gonna go look for the cross.
Okay. Where are you planning to look? Just all around, or in the nest, or?
Because I am an absolute idiot, I'm gonna go look by the nest. 'Cause
Okay.
Oh,
That's what I
there's
do.
usually small rooms near the front that have storage or places where people get ready for stuff or weddings. I'm going to see if I can find a small room and see if there's a cross in there.
Yeah, as you kind of come in, there's actually a door that's kind of half hanging off its hinges. That kind of leads to a dark little space back in there.
Guess who brought his flashlight? Click, click.
Okay. All right, so go ahead
Guess
and
who sleeps standing up in a closet? Oh,
Rachel, as
God.
you
God.
as you approach the nest, that kind of smell starts to get more intense.
Ugh.
And you kind of get to the edge of the nest, and when you can kind of see down in it, there's a big sort of hole in the middle, and it's kind of glistening with kind of a wet sort of slimy kind of rim around it.
The same stuff that was on little.
Yeah, it looks a lot like that, but kind of
Yeah.
congealed and stuff.
Oh, oh,
Ew.
So gross.
that's disgusting.
And yeah, it almost the kind of, it almost feels like the hole is breathing. It's there's kind of almost like a gout of pressure that comes out of it, and then kind of recedes and then comes back out, almost like it's inhaling and exhaling.
Right. I don't see a cross though, so I'm gonna go elsewhere.
Tina, you notice that in the back of the pews there are what appear to be hymnals.
Hmm.
I like that phrasing.
I actually check out the hymnals and see if it has similar writing to the Bible.
Yeah, as you open it,
Read books.
it does have that same sort of writing. I need you to make a grit check for me, please.
We can try.
Remember, the lower the grit, the
6.
bigger this rocks.
Okay. So yeah, there's something that's incredibly like unnerving about it. Like it, like almost like you feel almost like nauseous, like almost sick to your stomach.
Mhm.
Looking at it, like the words appear to almost squirm on the page.
Okay.
Read the books. Don't read the books.
Yeah, says the puncher.
Don't read the books.
So, Bert, when you go inside this little like room, there is a ladder that looks like it leads to the bell tower. It's pretty rickety.
Hey guys, I'm going up to the belfry.
Why?
Is that really necessary?
Yes.
All right.
My father always says take the high ground,
Kip, you should go with him.
especially when mother's been talking while drinking.
Kip, you should go with him.
Oh yeah, maybe I'll follow him.
Okay. So you guys both climb up into the bell tower. Little unsturdy on the ladder, but it's nothing, too dramatic.
Wow, that's really far down, dude.
Not the point.
The bell has fallen and it's kind of like pushed off to one sort of side.
I don't see anything hanging around here or anything under. Is the bell? Can I look under the bell?
Yeah. You kind of roll it out of the way, and there's like a bundle of kind of old, sort of rotting rags.
I use the edge of the front of the flashlight to move the rags around.
As you're kind of poking at it with the flashlight, you hear kind of like a punk, punk, punk. Sounds like there's something dense inside the rags.
Yuck.
I try to pull one of the rags off.
Yeah, it's very sort of slimy and crusty and peels back,
Gross.
and underneath you can see what looks like one of the flanges of the cross kind of sticking out, and it's kind of got this gooey sort of muck all over it.
Hey, Kip. Do you have a? Do you happen to have a handkerchief?
Handkerchief's not going to be enough.
I just need to grab the corner of the cross. I don't need to touch all the rags.
You are a Boy Scout, Kip.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those kerchiefs are expensive.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and use what I got.
Were they
Okay.
in the 80s though?
So
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Expensive then too.
you whip it out and you kind of hand. Are you going to do it, or are you going to let Bert do it?
I will do it. I don't want him
Okay.
handling it.
So as you kind of like pick up the cross and start to kind of peel it out, like a bunch of like little white, almost, they look like rocks at first, kind of tumbling out, and then you realize they're teeth.
Oh. Okay, no. I was
kind of
about to make
fall
a
out of the
joke about your
rags.
brother's socks, but that's way grosser.
And it looks like maybe finger bones. They're about small little bones.
Oh.
This is kind of disgusting.
Yeah, the sooner we burn that, the better. All right, I'm going to start heading down.
Okay.
Follow quickly.
Yeah. Do the same.
So
I'm not even phased by the teeth.
while you guys have been kind of looking around, you can see Wally is making a large salt circle around the nest.
We
Why
have
are
to
we
do it by
seasoning
the
it?
nest?
What?
Do we have
What?
to do it by the nest?
We're gonna burn him in the nest where he lives.
Okay.
Whatever.
Do we have a way to set the fire?
Yeah, I've got a lighter.
Why does
course
this
you
not
do.
surprise me?
And a pack of cigarettes.
Maybe.
Uh,
So you should light this mamma jamma.
Well, okay. All right. I'll. Do we have all the stuff?
Yeah.
We have to put those in the circle.
Yeah. Kip, with that disgusted look on his face, has the cross.
Oh, you found it. Good.
yeah, I'm holding it kind of at arm's length while I get down to the bottom there.
Like by the corner, like,
It was
ew.
so awesome. There were bones and teeth in with it.
I love how Kip is just done with all of this. It's just like, whatever.
It reminds me so much of like Kyle on South Park, where it's like, no, we're not doing this shit.
Yeah,
we're not
yeah.
going on an adventure. I don't
I
want to be
didn't-
here.
I didn't intend that. It wasn't the way we started.
All right.
You're the one that said we had to do something about it. Well, we're doing something about it.
So we're putting
Can't
all
fault you
this
for
stuff
that. Yeah.
in the circle around the nest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we're going to light the nest up.
Okay.
Set the night
And,
on fire.
Wally like kind of pushes the book into your hands, Rachel.
Okay.
And here we go. In the chat, can you see the chat inside of Zoom?
Inside of Zoom. Let me.
Yeah, it'll pop up.
Control H should bring it up.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Okay. You're making me read Latin.
Yes, I am.
Wow.
Okay, you ready? This is,
Hit it.
I failed college Latin twice, so.
That's more than we've had the chance to fail without you.
It's simple to sound out. It's translating that's difficult.
Okay, no aperian mendamus quo novum percipitur adversarium usu id
The whole building shakes.
quim
What the hell?
post ipsum mal ad ex
There's like a scream of agony.
I'm gonna grab onto Rachel just to kind of hold her,
I'm gonna duck between
kind
some
of touch.
pews.
You know, just kind of show some solidarity here.
duo cu tel lisque aperiant puant inverne mede croatum at vix.
Bert, at that point, that's when you see like this hand come out of the hole in the middle of the nest and kind of grab the side. And it's this incredibly elongated fingers that are like almost like spider legs.
I'm getting my
kind of come reaching out.
slingshot ready.
Est no nobis populo videre scriptureset a
And the building shakes again.
inem illit dicit vel an said
And that-
x. Go ahead.
The head is like kind of peeks out of the hole and it's stretched wide, and the eyes are huge, just with these slits. And
gonna
it's
hit-
like
It's like
staring
the
at
birth of a
you.
monster.
I'm gonna hit the huge eye,
Go for it! Fire a fight!
and I'll use. I've got like 5 of these freaking tokens.
Yeah, you
More
can
than-
each one can, so you can use 1 to add a +3, and then you can add 1 for each token you spend. So
Ooh.
if you roll, your first token gets you a +3 for your aim, and then the other tokens you can add a +1 to your attack. So if you spend all of them, you basically would have a +7?
It's worth it.
Do it.
Do it!
It is. Now we
That
just had
reminds
to
me,
hope
I
it
spent my
explodes
2.
on top of that.
That would be amazing.
Yes.
7 modifier of 7. Oh, come on. Modifier of, oh, it needs to be to like highlight it for some reason. Here we go. 10.
Nice. So as you kind of, as Rachel's sitting here kind of saying the incantation, and the building shaking, and like a rafter beam falls and smashes into the pews. Like, he pulls back and fires, and it just goes through one eye and out the other, and it screams. And its arms that are all elongated and freakish start kind of lashing out wildly as it slides back down the hall. As
Hurry!
Rachel kind of starts to finish. Keep going, Rachel.
Per serious quandarium case labros principes id set eum te aliquim laboris exploracari.
And as you finish, like the flames just kind of like coalesce and start to grow and like swirl around the kind of almost forming like a tornado or vortex of flame, and it kind of rises up and shoots down the hole. And you hear just this horrific scream, and the building shakes more, and like one of the exterior walls starts to kind of collapse, and Wally's like, "Come on!" and like waving towards the door. You all rush.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Run for the
out of
door,
here.
and Tina just clears it at the very last, like bringing up the rear, and jumps out as the building falls down on top of the hole.
Yet.
I think we did it.
So, Kip, are we still crazy?
Oh yeah.
Here's the problem. Right now, we know we just collapsed the church. One of two things has happened. Either we've ended the madness and all the old people who are supposed to be dead are finally going to be dead, or we destroyed their church and they'll all be coming after us.
We should probably go.
Time to get out of here.
I think either way, that's a good plan.
Not be the
I
best
think we
way to
should
say
camp
it.
out for the next 3 weeks until things calm down.
How do you guys feel about that walk down the tracks now?
I think finding the body sounds like an excellent idea.
Yeah. Maybe
Really? Because we just created one.
we'll have an experience, a coming of age story.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the camera kind
That's-
of drifts up over our intrepid heroes as they kind of walk away from the collapsed church. You can see Wally like laughing and dancing in the background, like jumping around the church, like ecstatic and super hyped. And the credits will start to roll.
Nice.
Dude,
That was great.
well done.
Did you guys have
Oh,
fun?
Oh yeah.
I had a blast.
That was great.
I apologize for my stupor. I
No
got
worries,
caught
man.
most everything. I'm sure that everybody
Yeah.
enjoyed watching me sit there trying not to fall asleep. And it wasn't your fault.
Twitch
That's
seemed to enjoy it too.
Good.
Man, the entire day was like, I was just like, there's just no time to do anything. And I was freaking busy.
No, I hear
Yeah.
you, man.
I feel you.
So good.
All right, well,
I'm
that
glad
was
it worked out.
Fun, man.
Glad you guys
Ooh,
enjoyed.
Tomorrow we're doing a movie review at 2
Excellent.
Central.
So at this point, unless anything changes, next week is a bye week for the AP Showcase. It is Labor Day weekend, so it's fine if that turns out to be the case. We will keep everybody posted, of course. Make sure you let us know if you enjoyed this show or interested in the game. We'll be talking about it a little bit on our next podcast, of course, from Metagamers Anonymous, and we'll discuss it a little bit, experience, and make sure, of course, we link everything so you guys can find it. And kids on bikes,
Yeah.
cool, man.
Super
That's
fun.
super
I
cool.
super enjoyed it.
What a crazy cool system. Justin, thank you so much.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks for
guys for
playing,
hanging
guys.
out on Twitch and joining us. Sorry we weren't more active, but you guys were great.
Yeah, no, it was great. I definitely appreciate everybody's showing up and being part of this tonight. So we're going to go ahead and get on out of here. Then everybody have a fantastic week. Once again, TsunamiCon is coming up. It's all available live. I mean, all available online now. I can't even talk. All available online now. TsunamiCon.org. Just follow the links. You can get your tickets now. Everything's super cheap because it's just an online event, but it's a whole weekend full of gaming and other stuff. We got some really cool stuff planned, and I think everybody will enjoy it. So, you guys, we're getting out of here. Thanks a bunch. Take it
All
easy.
Bye.
Peace. Okay, Ken.
Ken, we're done. Kenneth.
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
We're on channel 6.
Thanks, Wally.
Should we raid?
that would end that, but it's still streamed to YouTube, and that's where it stays in posterity.
Oh no.
So you guys feel free to talk amongst yourselves while I try to find Ken.
So
Oh,
what's
he's
everyone
working
running
on it.
for TsunamiCon? Anything fun?
He's working on it.
I am going to be running this exact scenario at the TsunamiCon. So
I imagine it'll be a little different with different characters.
Exactly. It'll probably go different directions with different people. I'm also going to be.
It was a little bit of Get Out and a little bit of Stephen King and a little bit, yeah, it was great.
Good,
In the 80s, Coast to Coast AM was still called Art Bell.
Yeah, I remember my dad used to listen to it. I remember on
talking
long
about
car
radio.
trips listening to Art Bell.
I'm also going to run a Delta
Yeah.
Green game that I've done before based off a scenario called Operation Dust Bowl.
That'll be
Cool.
cool.
Yeah, that one I've already
Green.
run before. That one was a lot of
Fun.
fun. I'll also be doing a Dread game called Rough Night that I've done before. That one's always a lot of fun. Since we can't do Jenga, there's actually a modified system where you roll a d20 instead. So that'll be fun. And then
Not
there was
quite
a
the
lot of
same level
paranormal.
of tension, but
no, unfortunately, I wish but we deal with the limitations we're given. And then I'll be running a Savage Worlds that was actually a continuation of a completely impromptu game I did at last year's TsunamiCon with a bunch of random players called